Hey, what's up, everybody? Dude. All right, you know what? This is bad. This is bad. Let me tell you something. All right, I have something terrible to talk to you guys about. All right, and it makes me feel bad about myself. So I just want to let you know. Oh, hey, Enterprise, what's up? A tier 2 hype train is bad? No, definitely not. No, you know what is bad is that I went to San Diego and I ate my body weight in amazing West Coast food. Okay. Like burritos and tacos and In-N-Out, and I had some great pizza while I was there. I ate a lot. I ate a little bit too much. I'll tell you why I know I ate too much, chat. Because my chair in my studio won't. It's sinking, and I try to raise it up, and it just sinks back down. I think my chair is saying, help me. Help me. And it makes me feel bad about myself. Oh, no. Did I find the tainted lettuce? Nah, everything was great. I love San Diego, man. I love. How old is the chair? This chair is pretty old. I'd say, gosh. Oh boy. It's more than 5 years now. It's more than 5 years. All right, we gotta go to we gotta do the pre-roll. We're gonna do pre-roll and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. No, Antares, here's the thing. I enjoy food anywhere I go. I enjoy food anywhere I go. But I'll tell you this. When I came back from Chicago, my chair didn't sink. When I came back from Chicago, my chair didn't sink down. Hey! What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Oh. Is my chair broken? I mean, I don't think so. No. Seems fine. Thank you guys for the hype train. We didn't even celebrate that. We're gonna do it more coming up here in a little bit. We're gonna be here for a while. We got stuff to do. Waffly, do you live in San Diego and we didn't see you this weekend? Fun Daddy said, if it wasn't, it is now. You know what? You shut that mouth. Hey, Fun Daddy, speaking of, great news for you. What's up, everybody? Hello, 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 hello. What's going on? Andalicia says, so DJ, did I miss the anthology part of M93? The events have been surrounding older loops. Really, they did this rating ship because it was kind of in the pipe, but there's really no new feature. You got Galactic Anomalies from last month. You got Rating, which supports the Amalgam. I mean, it's very, very slow. But the events have been around older loops. Hi, Tony Pie. Kellenvor says, I live in San Diego and didn't see us either. Oh, why? Oh, you worked all weekend. Well, that's unfortunate. Hi, Guffa. What's up? All right, let me read a couple of things, and then we'll get started. We got stuff to do tonight. I wouldn't call this anthology. Wait, I wouldn't call this an anthology, not time off loop, nor a time off. I mean, to be fair, I only played for the first time yesterday. What is Studio A? The main studio, the one right here. Optimus Rhyme, what's going on? Live in Huntington Beach, just up the coast. Dude, we were in Huntington Beach. We stopped by Huntington Beach just to see a couple of friends super quick. Like, we were there for like an hour. Skippy says, thanks, DJ, for waiting on me. You can start now. Of course. We got you, baby. What did I get, an In-N-Out? A 4x4 animal style. Which is why my chair is broken now. Oh, man. Yeah, Huntington Beach is nice as well. All right, let me say hello and some thank yous. Look at this. Look at this. We got Leon with the 43-month resub. Thank you. Martok, 23 months on the resub. Thank you. Freelancer, 46 months at tier 2. Thank you so much. Silver Tab, let's go, he says. 30 months at tier 1. Guffa, thank you for the 8-month resub. Appreciate you so very much. Stradalorian, yippee, 38 months on the primer. Purse, 8 months on the primer. Thank you so much. Doug says, we're streaking. We're streaking. We're streaking. Thank you very much for your big old streak there. 48 months at tier 1. And Alicia, thank you for your 100 kitty bitties. Tony Pie says, welcome back. We missed you. Oh, missed you too, dude. Thank you for your 20 months at tier 2. Gam Jr. Game Jr. See, somebody else called you Gam Jr. today, and it got stuck in my head. Game Jr., 29 months at tier 1. Thank you. What's up? What's up? Welcome, everybody. Mimi says it's like Studio B, but it doesn't get canceled. I don't know. That's debatable. I didn't do a show last night. I didn't do a show last night. I had to catch up on sleep, man. I got home at like 2 o'clock Sunday night / Monday morning. Had to get up at 6 o'clock to go to work. So I was exhausted. I went to work Monday, came home, had planned on kind of coming back to hang out with you guys a little bit last night. But instead, when I got home at 7 o'clock, I ate a can of beefaroni, laid down for just 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Then it was 7 a.m. I don't know what happened all night. Okay? It's like I was stuck in a time warp. And I just lost 12 hours just like that. So, yeah, then I woke up. Everything was good. But, no, I've got plans to do Studio B this weekend. We're still more reliable than STFC, says Louis P. I have a terrible American Airlines joke, but I'm not going to read it to you, buddy. Dude, thank God I got home when I did, right? Right? Okay, I was just saying. Good thing I got home when I did. I'd been stuck. I'd have been stuck. I was scared. I could have gotten stuck, Matters. American Airlines could have kept me in San Diego indefinitely. Hi, Neon Lights. Skippy says, don't tease, share. No, dude, American Airlines had an IT emergency today, and the FAA grounded all of their flights. National ground, or what do they call it? A ground stoppage. So I could have gotten stuck.
That would have sucked.
Would it have, though? Would it have, though?
How is San Diego when Comic-Con is not happening?
That would have been an experience, wouldn't it have been? For me to discover San Diego minus Comic-Con. All right. Andy says, my wife was supposed to come home tonight. Flights got canceled. Guess due to the storms in the Northeast tonight. Or was she flying on American? No, you know what? I love American. Obviously, things happen to everybody, but I still have not yet made my switch to Delta. I'm still a very loyal American Airlines flyer. And I'm only probably 1 or 2 more flights away from renewing gold for another year. So it's kind of hard for me to give up those perks. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, Louis P? It's hard for me to give that stuff up. 1218, thank you. Oh my God, tier 3? Bro! Thank you so much. 15 months at tier 3. Thank you, 1218. Jondrel, 22 months with the primer. Thank you so much. Phantom Haze, haven't seen me in a while. Well, hello. I haven't seen you in a while either. How are you? What's up? Skippy says, rip off the Band-Aid and switch already. No! No! I have so many points, and I'm gold, and I get free upgrades. And I got lounge access and everything. So Sunday morning, I got to the airport about 5 hours early because we had to be out of our Airbnb. And instead of just sitting around in some uncomfortable chair, I got to go hang out and lounge around in a very comfortable recliner chair in the lounge. And I got free oatmeal until they started serving lunch. You guys know I was on with Dr. Iron Chef. I was enjoying a banana and sports ball. That's right. Good evening, everybody. Appreciate you guys all being here. What's going on? All right. John Roll, thank you very much for the resub. Yeah, club access is nice. Benny Hill says Sky Club is nice. Yeah, well, Benny Hill, here's the problem. I wouldn't get immediate access to the Sky Club. Why work to earn it all over again if I've already got it with American? Okay? Listen, KJ did his best to convert me to Delta, and I almost did it. But it was almost like American knew that. And they just stepped up their game. They just stepped it up. Right? Just, hey, Mr. DJs. Hey, Mr. UltimatDJz. We're so glad you're flying with us today. Divine says Discord announcement. What about the Discord announcement? What are you talking about? I made a Discord announcement. Did I not? Yeah, I did. It's over there. What are you talking about? I'm very confused, Divine. Full sentences, please. Benny Hill says, I have Delta Reserve and I get in immediately. Yeah, well, I don't, okay? I don't have it. American Airlines Rewards Program was recently top ranked of the major carriers. You know what, Stryker? I'm happy with it. The post-it note is on, Q-Dog. Hi, Matters. Hi, Karkin. Hello. Don't do that to me. See, there they are. All right. There they are. Yeah. Stryker, I'm good with it. Mimi says no Discord stage. Dude, it's on. What are you talking about? Oh, you mean like a stage? No, I'm not doing a podcast tonight. We're just hanging out. We gotta talk about this Reaver. I gotta figure it out. Let's get into the game. Rick says I used to work for American Airlines. Already. Rick says I used to work for American Airlines, and it pains me to say you should fly Delta. You know what? I mean, here's the deal. I'm sure it's nice. I am also sure it's more expensive. Griffin swears by it. But I'm happy where I'm at. Juby, I'm doing a pod on Thursday. What do you want to pod about? And Alicia says Jules proved it doesn't work as intended. Yeah, they already made an announcement. We knew about that. The ratio's off. The 10-2-1, apparently after they changed all the abilities, they didn't go back through and rehash the formulas. So they changed the amalgam ability or the Reaver ability, but didn't go back and change the ratios. 10-1. Math is hard. Seems that way. So Rick says, pains me even more to say Griffin is right. Griffin is as loyal to Delta as I am to American. He is. As a matter of fact, I have something fun to share with you. Hang on, let me see if I can find this. Hang on. If you'll give me 60 seconds, because I've got to blur something out. But I will show you something which is hilarious if you guys want to see. Code regressions, Guffa, we'll talk about it. Again, I only logged into the game for the first time yesterday. It's been very busy. I did keep my streak, though. So you lost your bulk again? No, I got my streak. I logged in. I just didn't have a chance to really fully play. Don't give me that waffly. I mean, I did dailies, which was hard enough to keep up with. All right, it was very hard to keep up with. But I did it. Okay, I've got to censor this real quick. Let me crop this down. I got to take his name out of it. Hey, Wilson, thank you for the 35-month resub. Good evening to you. Fun Daddy. What? J-Babes, thank you for your tier 3.
39 months. 39-month resub. J-Babes, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Wilson with the 35-month resub. Thank you so very much. This is fantastic. Thank you. We're going to start that clock so I can turn this ish off. In the meantime, I'm just not going to talk because I have to edit this picture. Hold on. Where's my markup? There it is. I got to cross out his name. All right, now. See, these are the things that Delta does. They're trying to show off. The message Hold on, why can't I forward this? Oh, there it is. Hang on. Uno momento, por favor. No multitasking? I am multitasking just fine. I just had to censor something. I'm careful not to dox other people, just myself.
Oh, good. That turned off. All right. Here we go. I'm going to try to see if I can pull this up. And then I'm going to have to rotate it. Let's see. Open in browser. Oh, come on. This is ridiculous. See,
what are you
this
trying to do?
This is why I hate portrait photos, okay? This is why I hate them. Where's the... Why won't this rotate? I just want to rotate it!
Watching you be confused is what we've all been waiting for a week.
You know what? You're just getting ready to get this picture. You're just getting ready to get it. And it's just going to have to stay this way because it won't let me. I figured it out. Here it is. So Griffin sends me this message and says, dude, this is getting ridiculous. Dear Griffin, by the way, this is from Delta Airlines. Now, American, I'm just saying, I wouldn't mind a note like this once in a while. Okay? Just saying, if you left a note like this in my fluffy chair with, you know, a glass of champagne or something like that, that'd be great. Right? I'm not saying you should do it. I'm just saying it'd kind of be nice if you did. All right?
And now rude if you don't.
And obviously, yeah. Louis P says he's up in first class. I fly first class sometimes when I can. Okay.
But you're not Griffin.
Dear Griffin, I wanted to thank you personally for flying with Delta and for the opportunity to continue to earn your business. It will be my pleasure to fly you safely to Tampa today. Look at that. How nice. How nice of Captain Bryant. Chef, thank you very much for your 100 kitty bitties. Appreciate that very much. Wasn't this nice? Isn't that nice of Delta? Hey, Dustin. Let's see. DJs. Ooh. Words. Okay. DJs has to buy a Sigma PvP loot ship. We're going to get to that as soon as I figure it out. Okay, go figure that out as soon as I get that. Dustin says, I don't like flying. Dustin says, how long will it be before Griffin buys the Sigma ship? He probably already did. All right, he's very excited to use it.
Can you buy two? Because he might have bought two.
He might have bought two. Not entirely sure. So anyway, Rick says, wow, I've gotten the flight attendant cards before, but never a captain's card. I'm wrong? What am I wrong about? What am I wrong about? That's what Griffin got. Did Griffin write this himself? Griffin, did you write this yourself? You're being outed on chat. You're being outed right now. Delta captains don't write these cards. Just saying. We figured you out.
Griffins.
We figured you out, Griffin. You hear me? Don't be writing yourself notes and trying to pass it off like you're important. Can you hear us way up there? Can you hear us, Griffin? In your ivory tower? All right. Did they let him fly part of the way too? Maybe. Oh, Alpaca says, I'm pretty sure the pilots know when a high status passenger is on the flight. I mean, I get that. Why is he one? He must fly a lot. Oh, man. Delta bonuses. That card. Yeah, well. Guffa says, so rude. So rude. No, it's fine. He does fly a lot. He flies a lot for work. Louis P says, we call that concierge key. You know what? I've heard them talk about concierge key before. I looked into the requirements for what concierge key is with American. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy. The requirements. Yeah. And I guess those are not even the requirements. They're qualifications. And if you meet them, then maybe you get invited to the club. Yeah. That's kind of how that goes. Oh, Skippy says, more importantly, was Mrs. Griffin with him? No, not for Comic-Con. No, we worked. We were there so quick, and we worked so much. It honestly felt like the cruise. V-Neck, did it not? V-Neck got more sleep than I got. I'm just poking him a little bit. V-Neck got more sleep than most of us, but we were working a lot. Even V-Neck worked a lot, and he slept more. Hey, I'm just teasing because you said it on your stream. You said it on your stream, so I get to repeat it. Hey, Fisty, what's going on? Hope I had a great California adventure. It was a good time, man. We had a good time. We went to In-N-Out. That was the highlight of the trip. And we did shoot a video. We did shoot a video at In-N-Out. As soon as I get a chance to share it, I will give it to you. Did I go to the panels? No. I am not. No. Listen, if I can't walk backstage, flash a media pass, walk backstage, work with the promoters to tap into their audio and record and, and meet everybody and hang out and all that stuff, I'm out. And San Diego Comic-Con was not having any of that. I couldn't even get in the building without a pass. But no, I did not go to the panels. We were too busy working. We were too busy working with all this other stuff. Skippy says, when is the Cam interview being released? As soon as possible. As a matter of fact, the first draft has already been sent up to marketing and all that stuff. And I promise, I will say this. First of all, marketing already came back with no modifications. So that's good, which means there was nothing that was said that they're going to want us to take out. So that's good. But that is a part of the legal requirement. Anytime you sit down with somebody of that status, we did the same thing with David Eccleberry, and just like any other interview would get with a political candidate or some CEO or whatever, it's always got to go back for review. So they did the review, and they came back with no modifications. So now we're just working on final production. So anyway, Benny Hill says as soon as possible as in next year. No, I'm kind of hoping to get it out either this week or next week, to be honest with you. Q-Dog says, look forward to seeing it in September. No, it's timely. It has stuff about this arc, and it has stuff about next arc. So, it's time sensitive. We need to get it out. But we are at the mercy. We are at the mercy of the lawyers at this point. So, as quickly as your arm up the moo? No, it should be faster. Fun Daddy says, by the way, you had something to tell me. Yes. Okay. Good news, bad news. Good news, bad news, Fun Daddy. What do you want? What do you want first? I'll give you the good news or the bad news, whichever you prefer. In the meantime, I've got to change my game name. So we're going to do that over here. Stradalorian redeemed a splash image screen. All right, Stradalorian, send it over. Stradalorian, send it over. You get a new splash screen this time. Stradalorian also redeeming no shields. Okay, there you go. No shields for me. Thad says, Bat News. Q-Dog says, Bats 2027. Benny Hill says, I want the bad news first. Okay, bad news first. Rip off the Band-Aid. Bad news. Without going into a lot of personal detail. Okay, there were 2 people who have now been pulled in other directions due to family things for Vancouver. Sadly, we are being forced to reschedule. So the Vancouver trip on August the 9th or whatever it is officially postponed. So if you were planning to come and stay or coming to visit in Vancouver, which was August 6th, it looks like, then that has been canceled for the time being. I'm very, very sorry, but I wanted to let everybody know with as much notice as possible so that way you can try to reschedule your plans. Right now, we are tentatively looking to reschedule during the third full week of October. But that is very early and very tentative. Okay? No, Scopely didn't have anything to do with it, Dustin. This was me, Griffin, Tarpy, Strider, Major Samo, and Moopsy was trying to all coordinate. And so that's 6 of us, and 2 of us have since had family things that have come up, and we're going to have to reschedule. Divine says, but enjoy Vancouver if you can't change your plans. So, yeah, this was a go wheel. And it was. That's right, Jason. This is an in real life reason. All right. I'm just not going to share any of the details because they're not mine to share. But we are going to reschedule. So that's the bad news, is that we've got to postpone Vancouver. We're not canceling. We're definitely going to do it. But we do have to postpone. The good news, though, on the other side of that token, Cal DeVille says, real life issues, who got arrested? Tarpy did. Tarpy. Just kidding. The good news is, here you go, Fun Daddy. I've already forgotten the good news. Hang on. Tarpy says, we talked about this. You weren't. Oh, that's right. You told me not to tell them you got arrested. Sorry, I forgot. My fault.
Decent exposure isn't even a crime. Come on.
That's good. All right. The good news is, for you, Fun Daddy, is that the Batcave 2026 trip to San Antonio has now been officially scheduled. We will be arriving on Thursday, September the 3rd, and we will be leaving that weekend. Okay? So we're arriving, we're doing the Bat Tour on Thursday the 3rd, and then we plan on doing a couple of things. We've got a few things planned for the 4th and the 5th. And then we'll be coming back. All right, so that's San Antonio. Okay, so there you go. If you want to join us there, you can do that. Matter says Edgewalk instead of San Antonio. No, Edgewalk hasn't won yet. When it wins, then we can do that. Right now, we're just postponing. So we're still going to do Vancouver. We just got to postpone it. All right, so there you go. Kellenbor says you were going from the best month to visit Vancouver to one of the worst. Enjoy. Really? See, we were told there was not a bad month ever. I even asked, like, okay, if we come in October, is it going to be too cold? And they were like, no, there's never a bad season for this. So that's unfortunate. Winter gear might be needed in Vancouver in October. See, I asked this question. They said no. It's great. As a matter of fact, I'm going to read to you. The exact response. And this actually is from Major Samo. Hold on, look at her. Fun thing about Vancouver. It never gets too cold to do this stuff. What about October 15th through 19th? See, that was her alternative schedule. Would be perfect. Vancouver never gets too cold. What? Now you guys are telling me I'm going to need winter weather gear? Don't bring an umbrella, otherwise they'll know you're a tourist. Well, Oh, boy. What do you want, you pantsless bear?
The following is from a police report from July 26th in San Diego. Arrested, one female aged 20 to 30 at In and Out Burger.
True.
Suspect seen wielding dual fishes and screaming, quote, "I am the fish princess," end quote.
Yes.
Charges dropped as legal said, "This is dumb."
Juby, best TTS ever. Well done.
That is genuinely amazing. Thank you, Juby.
Hey, Turpy, what's
Also,
up?
I am impressed because they weren't supposed to publish that until tomorrow.
No, he got it. He picked it up on the scanner. All right. Blade says Vancouver doesn't get cold or snow. See, now I feel like they're messing with me a little bit.
No, DJs, look a couple lines below where we kind of agreed to that date. What did I say about the backpack?
You told me to make sure I rainproofed it.
Yes.
Okay.
So you knew that it could be. You knew it could be rainy.
It can rain anywhere. Okay, I'm not worried about rain. They're telling me I'm going to have to wear winter weather gear.
It wasn't exactly warm rain when I was there on the same weekend 9 years ago.
I'm not worried about rain.
Vancouver's like 10 feet above Seattle. Does it snow in Seattle?
I don't know. Does it? I think it does.
Not often.
Yeah, it
They're
gets
on
chilly.
the ocean.
Okay. All right. Well, then it'll be fine. I'm not worried about it.
Yeah.
You
So,
guys quit freaking me out.
By the way, did you mention the other shit that went wrong this weekend? Where like
The what? Don't cuss. What?
Sorry, the other stuff that went wrong this weekend.
What are you talking about?
Oh, okay, never mind. We're good. Because I'm only around for like 5 minutes because we need to cook dinner. But I just wanted to make sure like you didn't mention the other thing.
What's the other thing? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Then it's fine. Never mind. We're good.
All right. The bad
Does
thing?
Mafia talk to you?
I don't know what she's talking about. Hold on. She sent me a DM. Let me check.
No, the other thing. It's
Oh,
fine.
No.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
You don't know Mafia talk? The thing with the other thing and the thing. You just don't talk about the thing. Why are you talking about the thing if the thing's going to be a thing? Let's just end the thing.
See?
Oh,
It's fine.
That's so funny. That's funny stuff. Anywho.
It's fine.
All right. Yeah, everything's fine. Yeah, Tarpy swore. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? All right.
I just want to point out, everyone else swore before I did this weekend. You should be very proud of me.
I did.
Literally everyone else at that dinner table who would swear dropped an F-bomb before I did.
I admit I accidentally see, we were talking about game related stuff and I accidentally let an F-bomb slip. Here I am sitting with the director of marketing, all right, the director of community, the director of what is Connor? Chaos, the director of Chaos, okay?
The general manager
of Chaos, the SVP of Scopely, Cameron Stewart. Who else was there? There was more.
There were some CCs. There was.
I'm talking about like the official people.
Community. Did you mention the community?
Yeah, director of community, director of marketing,
and then
another marketing, an engineer / operations guy. I mean, there was like 7 of them. And I got into a conversation and I was just like, yeah, and I just ended up accidentally saying, I mean, it wasn't really an accident. I did. I cussed. I laid it all out. I laid it all out, Divine. I laid it out with an F-bomb. But in fairness, I had already had a couple of beers. I was a few beers in.
No, you didn't. No,
yeah.
You didn't. Because those aren't beers. And it was your first one.
Was it No, I think that was my second one. And then remember, I ordered one for Cam. And he was like, you could have it.
And then he drank it. And then he drank another one. It's great.
So I ended up having 3 or 4 Coors Lights. I was gone, chat. Because I don't drink.
It was
Danny says lightweight.
hilarious,
Yes.
actually.
I don't drink. So 4 beers in, I was feeling a little, I was feeling like we could have a real discussion. So I did. Anywho.
Generally, those only work if the other person is as inebriated as yourself. It has to be
Nobody.
balanced.
I don't think anybody else there was as inebriated as me. I mean, and I wasn't inebriated. I was just feeling brave. That's all. I was feeling brave.
I was feeling brave right up until Toby knocked the wine bottles out from behind Honor.
Yeah, our dining room was haunted. Was for sure. Where's the video of DJs being wasted? First of all, no video that night. We did get a picture. There is a picture somewhere. I don't know who has it.
Where's the picture? I want the pictures.
I don't have the picture from that night. I couldn't operate my phone, if you recall.
Because you were too drunk?
I wasn't. Just my thumbprint wasn't working right. My thumb wasn't working right, and I couldn't get my thumb to work.
I don't remember that, actually.
My phone didn't like my thumb. I don't know.
How do you mess that up?
I asked my phone. My thumb wasn't working right. So anyway, it's fine. Anywho.
That explains so many problems.
Did I drop my phone into the toilet? No, it's working fine now. It just wasn't working then fine that night. Okay. Reaver.
Well, your phone was working fine. Your thumb wasn't working.
Here, I want to do some math. Do I still have a thumbprint login? Yes, I have a thumbprint login. But it wasn't working that night.
You don't have multiple fingers set up?
No, I just have the one. That way, if somebody kills me and tries to cut off my finger, they've only got a 1 in 10 chance of getting it right.
Not anymore.
We're going to do it anyway. So you might as well just pick a good finger. And then have a backup if you get your phone back.
Hey, to the 276 of you in the audience right now, what's up? Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Should I go save Strider?
Yeah, you need to go do that. Lots of love.
He's making recipe.
Yeah, go.
He's never made before.
Go handle it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, though, that looks so good. Oh, man, you guys want to see what she's making for dinner right now? I'll show you real quick. I'm starting to really not enjoy this segment. I'm just throwing that out there. Look at those salmon fillets, guys. Oh, bro, tell me you got a little lemon pepper in there. You need just a touch of lemon pepper in there. And by a touch, I mean
coming later.
Yes, so good.
Mm-hmm. See, you gotta let me cook for you. And
you'll poison me. There will be poison.
There's no coconut, actually, so you'd be fine.
We did do a good job at making sure there was no coconut this weekend. So, all right, thanks. Listen, I'm going to producer you. Get off and go help your family.
Okay.
Have a wonderful evening. Thanks for stopping by. Bye.
Love y'all.
Yeah, that looks really good. So anyway, all right. So, are we ready to talk a little bit about the Reaver re-release? Or do you guys just want to hang out and chit chat? I want to talk a little bit about some math. I even pulled up the spreadsheet. Well, what is this? Something is off. We are investigating. We know something is off. Can we? Oh man, all the data's gone. Okay. How was community night at the Sinclair? Dude, it was great. It was great, man. There were so many people there. You know, I'm telling you, this is one thing that I learned, and one thing that I'm humbly reminded of every single time we do a community event, is that there are a lot of people who are not on YouTube and Twitch and Discord. There's a lot of people, a ton of people, in fact, that just play this game. I'll tell you this. You know how many Ops 70s I met while I was in San Diego? One. Everybody we talked to was like G3 and G4, man. I'm telling you. There's so many people. We're so at the leading edge, we don't even realize it. It was kind of eye-opening. I probably talked to 100 players. I meant one G7 player. It's insane. Like there are so many players out there that don't engage with this community, that just plays the game for having fun, and they're G3 and G4, man. I'm telling you. Because people don't want to spend, and that's fine.
Ignorance is bliss.
That's fine. They're having a great time in their game. It's awesome. I was coaching somebody, Guffa, on how to grind dual rep so that they could unlock their auger and their enterprise. As a matter of fact, they had already unlocked the enterprise, and they couldn't figure out how to come back and get the auger. Now, this is an Ops 40, okay, that had their enterprise unlocked. And they were trying to work on their auger. Guess what their Fed rep was? Guess what their Fed rep was? $20 million? Cute. Commander Taylor says 600 million. And Alicia says 50 million. Benny Hill says 1 billion. No, we were at 394 million. 394 million. And that was their Fed rep because they had gotten the enterprise. And their ROM rep was, of course, down at the 10 million. Or not at the 10 million, whatever, below that. To go up and get their G3 Epic. They had to go back. So what was it at? 10,000 or minus? I don't know. It was at the minimum. Their Romulan rep. So they had to start grinding. And for the record, they did not want to. They did not want to improve the Romulans because that would hurt their relationship with the Feds. By the way, and it wasn't even a math thing. It was a lore thing. Matters. They didn't want to kill Federation ships because that's not the right thing to do.
And just grinding sheds. They didn't want to do it because it's rude.
Oh,
that's sweet.
Alpha Zypher says that's me.
In the Romulans.
All right, but I mean, I thought that was kind of. It was just a little bit eye-opening, man. People play this game for the love of Trek, not for math. I don't know. Just kind of made me step back and think for a second. Sent them to the Mirror Universe. I told them that they could. I told them there were several different ways to grind rep. But long story short, they just needed to work on their Romulan rep. And honestly, I encouraged her not to boost the Fed rep that much more. At 390 million, it's not going to be long before she can't do her dailies. Albatron. Thank you for the 13-month reset, my friend. Hey! Juby says, can we talk about the new field training they put in? Yeah, did they put in a new field training? Again, I will admit, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I've been so busy, guys. I've really not had a chance to look around a great deal. I don't even have my Reaver yet. I obviously have not kept up with my battle pass. I have to remain perfect on my battle pass from here on out just to finish my battle pass. So, yeah, I'm behind. KJ, thank you for your 15 months. What's up, dude? Try to open field training. Oh, we're getting spinning wheel of death. Let's see. What do we have in here? Wait, what is... Did you guys just trap me? Did you just do that on purpose? I will buy a points pack if I end up falling short. Just throwing that way. Okay, I got out of it. So they're all broken. Looks like they're all broken. You know, I feel like we've seen this bug before. It looks like it was tested thoroughly. You know, that's funny. We had a conversation about QA.
Bugs.
We had a conversation about QA. This was one of the conversations that I had is why. So they've always claimed that their test servers don't behave like real live servers. And I don't fully understand that. I mean, I get it to a certain degree, but you cannot tell me that these work on the test server and they just don't on live because why? Right? I agree for one. Their testing process is garbage, and we talked about that. Like, just the whole QA thing. And they're like, we do QA our stuff. And I'm like, man, really? I mean, I understand some things. We've actually talked about this. We've said, like, I've been understanding about some things that can get through. All right. I can understand that about some things that can get through. But this has already been fixed. Twice. Terrible. Patch your test servers with the live version. I mean, they really should. I don't understand. I don't understand that part. I really don't. Drives me nuts. Drives me nuts. Captain Hindsight. What's up? Nice name. Love it. Strike team? Nah, I don't want any more strike teams, man. Strike teams ruin the game. I
thought we were the QA. I thought that was our job.
It's not supposed
like the
to
consumer.
Be. Not supposed to be.
Personally, but yeah.
But they would have to have good version control. We talked a little bit about that. That was one of my questions. You know what? I meant to do this on the pod from San Diego, and we didn't. Would you guys like to know some of the questions that we asked? I'll share with you some of the questions that we asked. Let me find it. And then we can talk a little bit about it. Like I said, I'm not going to reveal a lot of the answers because I don't want to lessen the power of the interview. I personally, I really am very happy with the interview. I'm very happy with the interview. I feel like I asked some difficult questions, and I feel like he didn't back down, which I really appreciated. Let me read you a couple of these. I'll read you a couple. But like I said, it's almost like teasing, right? It's a trailer because I don't want to, I don't necessarily want to take his words out of his mouth. I think you guys need to hear it from him. But I thought it was really good. Danny says we need to see it. You know what? In fairness, I think we have started to see some of it. I mean, yeah, there's still problems. There's, obviously today, the Reaver, I think there's still problems. But I do think that we're already starting to see changes. I mean, he pulled a release. And I think that's pretty significant. Danny says you need to see the interview. Yeah, I want you to see the interview. And Alicia says, I'll believe it when I see it. I mean, again, he pulled a release and we got to reiterate on it. Now, I will tell you this. So the numbers came out and they changed a lot from the original version. Mufasa says the release that came out is still broken. Are you talking about the ratio, the 10-to-1? That's an easy fix. All right, that's not based on design. That's an easy fix. That'll be fixed tomorrow. Not excusing it, by the way, but I do actually understand how that happened. In all fairness, I do understand how that happened. That was a simple one. We redid all of the formulas, and so then when they did that, they didn't change the scaling of how those formulas impacted. So that's a relatively simple one. Oh, the game is slow. See, again, I haven't played that. Wait. Is that, you say it's really slow. Did they intentionally up the combat to 10 seconds? Please tell me that wasn't intentional. That's not intentional, is it? Because I saw players talking about that. I thought it was just lag. Did they actually do that on purpose? Oh, it was lag. Okay. Just making sure. Just making sure. Okay, it was just lag. Yeah. I thought you meant that they increased it. I was like, holy smokes. Let me show you a couple of things. If I can find them. There is so much text in this small group. Where we were, okay. Okay. Let me think of how I can show you this. All right, first of all, you guys already knew what the numbers were for the old ability, right? Like you saw them tier 1 through tier 15. You already saw those, right? I'm pretty sure they were in the blog post, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay. I feel comfortable showing you this. I hope that Jules and Lube don't mind sharing this. But we all submitted. And by the way, Devon, you say 0.001 change to 0.01. That's a 10x value change. All right? It's a 10x value change. By the way, what I had asked for was about 10x across the board. Okay? I didn't quite get that. Okay, I didn't quite get that. 2 for 1, I'll tell you why it couldn't be 100. Because, by the way, I was doing some math, too. As a matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to pull up my sheet. I'm going to show you guys what I was doing and how I came up with the numbers that I did. Let me pull up a couple of things. Because I think it's important to be really kind of transparent on how I was involved with this rewrite. Okay? So... here is, let me start with right here. I'm going to start with this. This was my spreadsheet that Jules made for me so that I could do testing and I could tinker with math. We didn't look at each other's numbers. As a matter of fact, Jules, Lube, and myself, all three submitted different proposals. Okay? So this was how I investigated mine. All right. And here were the old ship abilities right here. These were the old values. And here were the values that I proposed here in green. Now, the reason that I have these numbers, you'll look here and see that I was looking at multiples. Okay. I was looking at multiples. The problem is this ship was stupidly piss poor in G6. Absolutely terrible. Okay? And then it scaled up. Okay? Then it scaled up. So what we saw, I don't even want to show this off yet. Give me a minute. I'll come back to this. So what you would have seen, for example, using my base. I used my base as an example. Okay, here was my base as an example. 50 million steel, 10 million trite, 25 million dill. That's what I've got in my base, okay? So 85 million resources, that's what I got. Under the old system, this is what we would have rated off of my base. At tier 1, 1,800. Okay, terrible. Terrible, 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 terrible. But look at the difference between tier 7 and tier 8. This was one of the things I had a major, major problem with, okay? So this was first problem. But second problem was even maxing the ship would have gotten me 74,500. Now, under that 74,500, 74 or 76.9% would have been steel. Let me find my calculator here. So, out of 74,500, I would have received 57,000 steel. Great. I need 40 million for my next building. So this is exactly what I said. And by the way, I was not I mean, I wasn't happy with it, but a lot of you guys said, you don't want to raid, you don't want to be zeroed in 20 minutes and stuff like that. And a lot of people said that, and that's fine. That's actually not why I red alerted this ship. Okay? However, that's what it was. 57,000 steel. Then the trite, okay? Out of 74,500, I would have gotten 11,000 Sigma trite. Okay? Now, here's the thing, Baldrin. You say your numbers do not reflect my reality. Tier 6 gets 8K. Tier 6 doesn't get anything as a constant. Okay? It depends on the target you're hitting. Okay? It depends on the target you're hitting. If your base was significantly smaller that you're hitting, then the percentage of what you get is lower. Okay? Now, by the way, Baldrin, this was... You need to pause. Time out. This is not what the ship is. This is what I proposed it to be. Okay, this is not the calculator that you guys should be using. I'm showing you my design process when we were going through all this stuff on Thursday. All right? So, this is what it was. This is how I did my math in changing what I wanted these values to be. And, of course, you'll see that I pretty much wanted the thing maxed at tier 1 from an amalgam. Look right here. This was my proposal. 0.01%.
That's messed up.
At tier 1. 0.01% at tier 1. And by the way, if that had happened, Guffa, hang on. If that had happened, this is what it would have been. Still only 10,000. 7,600. Again, using my base as an example, Guffa. Using my base as an example. 76.9% to 15.4 to 7.7. First scoop would have been 10,000. They still would have only gotten 7,600 steel. Okay? 1,500 trite, 770 dill. I don't think that's horrible, to be perfectly honest with you. All right? And yes, my recommendation was tier 1 at 0.01%, which, by the way, was a 10x multiplier. Now, 100x, never going to happen, guys. Never going to happen, okay? Even if you had done these at 100, okay, look here. You would have, in a single scoop, you would have cost a G6 player 2 buildings. Okay, that's too much. Even I think that's too much. 100x was not going to happen. You got to balance this thing out, okay? And again, this is at tier 1. But by the time you tier it up, Divine says the amalgam is max at 0.2. No, it's not. It's actually 0.1. But you also have additions like primes, research, and officers. Right? You think we're not going to get that here? You think we're not going to get that here? Okay, that's going to happen. But, all right, I do think that that's a little bit too much. How many times does it need to be proven you're squishy? I admit it. Okay, is what it is. However, as it scaled up, I wanted it to get even bigger, to the point where, at max, 0.25%, which I think is reasonable. If you have spent on this ship, if you've spent on this ship and you're all in, 180,000 steel is still not going to break me. See, Pixelate? I mean, this is what I'm thinking. If I'm rating for 200,000 Sigma per scoop, I actually feel like there's some progress there. But it also doesn't destroy another player. But again, keep in mind, this is also, here's another thing we were looking at. This is also just your first scoop. Okay? It's just your first scoop. So it is going to continually get smaller. Guys, I'm not worried about tier 15. Okay, I get you guys are talking about parts. That's not even where I'm at yet. All right? Take what you guys see, multiply it by about 7.5. That's what it was, which was another reason for the red alert. Okay? Even now, showing 3 years on it, you know it's not going to be 3 years. Okay, it's going to show up in event stores. It's going to show up in Ferengi stores. It's going to show up in rewards. It's going to show up in all this garbage. All right, they're going to use it. Just like we see building for Academy. Man, they have used those parts a ton. It feels like Academy building parts are in an event every single day. All right. So that's going to happen. It's going to happen again. All right. Pixelate says we still don't have Dauntless parts in event stores. Technically, we will coming up next week in 2 days. Okay, you get Dauntless parts in Alliance tournament starting in 2 days. It's going to start showing up. Sorry, dude, were you not aware of that yet? Oops. Wait, was that not public yet?
Over.
That was public. Yeah, okay, yes, it was. I thought it was. All right, Dauntless parts are coming as rewards in Alliance tournaments that happen in 2 days. You guys knew that too, right?
Mm-hmm.
That it was happening in 2 days? Okay.
Yes, you're fine. Don't worry. Just keep telling us things, and if you give us too much information, I'll tell you later.
Thank you. Okay. So, yes, Alliance Tournaments again begins again on July 30th, and Dauntless parts are going to be in the event store. Okay? Even better. Never mind. No one is listening. Okay, don't worry about it. So, I'm not necessarily, Tepish, super worried about the time of progression right now because they're going to use these parts as event rewards. Okay? They're going to. However, back to rating, which is what I think was the problem with this thing. All right, let's go down to tier 1. Let's go down to tier 1. Here are the same numbers. I got 50 million steel, 10 million steel, 25 million steel. All right. Goal to get to 90%. There's a couple of ways that I did this. What are you smacking me for, Beck? All right. Goals to get to 25 million. And this, by the way, is also, and this was a cool, I don't want to say cool. This was a unique perspective. When we were working with the game design team, they actually didn't give a damn about the scoops. Which, by the way, Guffa, is where I think our problem came from in the first place. They didn't care about the scoops. They cared about time. They cared about time, which was really interesting to me. Okay? They wanted to know the amount of time that it would take to take 50, 75, and 90% of a player's resources. That's right, Benny Hill. Not scoops. Not resources, but time. And I thought this was a perspective that no player on the face of the earth has ever looked at when it comes to the ship. Okay? That's why I was like, wow, guys, there's a problem here. All right? Because under their model, and this is, by the way, is using my model. All right? But let's go back to tier 1 and use their model. Okay? Right here. Let's go back to tier 1 and use their model. To get 50% of scoops, it would have taken 37 hours. Over 10,000 hits just to go halfway. All right. Now, Mimi, this is why they're using time. Okay? Because it's not about the quantity that you take. It's about percentages. And it doesn't matter how big the base is or how small the base is. 50%, 75%, 90%, those numbers never change. Okay? No, Striker. See, that's just it. The size has nothing to do with time. Because time, the scoop size is a percentage. So it has nothing to do. Like, if you say the scoop size, bigger the scoop size, the faster I get the 50%. Incorrect.
No.
Okay? That's not how
because
percentages
it has
work.
such garbage cargo capacity.
Correct. That's not how percentages work.
Yeah.
Okay? So,
no matter how big.
Yeah, so at tier 1, they had a mathematical formula that basically said how long, how many hours to get the 50%, 75%, and 90%. That's how they looked at it. Okay? Which is insane. Well, hey, you know what? Matters, I'm not going to necessarily disagree. It does provide a universal constant. The problem with that, though, is that in doing so, you have made the actual output something that nobody cares about. All right. See, Wham agrees with Matters. Time is how it should be looked at. So the better question then becomes, what should...
I just think that they based it at, they just based it on way too much time. Like 30 hours to get half of someone's resources is a ridiculously long time for them
to be
I'm
clear,
good with doing it based on time, but it should be
to be clear,
an hour and a half.
That was their original number. What they ended up settling with here, is... Oh, God, I'm not even able to do the math on this because the formula is too small. Let's go 30%. What is 30%? 15 million? Can't even get there. Can't even get there. The chart doesn't go that deep. Okay? Chart doesn't go that deep. So, now, hey, Pixelate, you got it. If you're rating a 6 billion base, let's do that math. Here you go, 6 billion. All right? Now, let's take a look at this at tier 1. Okay? Yeah, at tier 1, now you're talking, Pixelate. But how many people have 6 billion bases? By the way, okay. Now we're talking, which, by the way, comes back to target selection. The fatter the base, the better it's going to be. Okay? But coming back. So this was how I did my projections. And for example, the farther you tiered this thing, based on my math, the shorter amount of time that it would take. For example, to get 50% of resources at tier 5 would have taken 7 hours. 1,800 scoops. Now we're talking realistic. If somebody decided to take this thing to max, 50% of scoops, 42 minutes. Now, this is why I submitted my proposal like this. Okay? I think 40 minutes is actually super reasonable if you've invested in that ship. The number that I was targeting was actually 1 hour. 50% at 1 hour.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Well, and again, we're talking 50%. If somebody's got 25 million steel and you can pick up 25 million of that, or 50 million steel, you can pick up 25 million of that in 40 minutes, that's probably realistic. Now, 2 for 1, it's not about maxing the ship, okay? I'm just saying you have to balance it at all points, right? If somebody's going to spend on it, then you gotta have it, okay? You got to be able to map that out. And whether it's a year, 2, 3, or 5 from now, people are going to have this ship maxed. Okay? So you have to try to balance it across the board. To release this ship, and it's only good for tiers 1 through 10, makes no sense. It's got to be complete. So that's what I was looking at when I was going through and trying to do this thing. For example, tier 10, to get 50%, 517 scoops. 2 hours. All right. If I'm tier 10 and I wanted to get 90%, 4 hours, 1,100 scoops, but I'm taking 90%. Okay? Vic, I love you, bro. We're not going to talk about speed to upgrade yet. Okay? You guys stop doing that. Okay? It's a totally different thing and one that we don't know yet. I mean, I know what the refinery is showing, but it's not going to stay that. And even I am going to be like, okay, they're going to use Battle Pass. They're going to use event rewards. Look at what they're doing with the Academy building. There's parts every day coming out that stuff. All right, so it's not going to be that fast. The refinery, does it suck a little bit? Sure. Okay, but they're going to do other stuff. And this, by the way, is part of the economy balancing. And I know we're not going to necessarily like it, and I don't either. But they have said that in lieu, and by the way, this was a conversation we had. If the economy, because by the way, we know economy's all jacked up in their mind. If we're not going to let them flex on the economy with resources and materials, which we've really not, okay? We were very upset about it, and they've caved, okay? But they have to preserve other verticals. So that's going to be specialty parts. It's going to be specialty building materials. It's going to be specialty ship parts. It's going to be particles and this and that. It's going to be this stuff. They've got to preserve. It's going to be some officer shards, which they also caved in on that. I'm kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop on that. All right. But they're going to preserve these things. And if you look at events, that's what they're rewarding. That's what they're trying to dangle to make people want to do certain things. Look at this leaderboard. This leaderboard, what's it got? Territory research particles. Okay? They're using these things to try to incentivize their events and leaderboards. Look here. Luminous prisms. Okay? You're going to see probably less resources and materials in events because they're wanting to slow down on that stuff. Look here. Class honors. That's academy building. Here's another one. Here's some resources and materials. Okay, a drip, but also Maverick Periphery. That's Maverick Research. Okay, let's see what else we got. Ra'ul Reaver, Officer Shards, Academy Parts. What else we got? More Academy Parts and a title. Solo Leaderboard, more Academy Parts. Okay, they're using Academy Parts a lot, which is why I know they're going to do that with this one too. Okay. So Divine says you can't buff a ship at launch when ship will be overpowered with planned content to follow. Exactly. So when I go and I show you this, by the way, it's going to be really, really funny for you guys to see because I'm going to show you what our proposals were. And what I mean by this is this was the amalgam because we ended up discussing how it needed to kind of scale like the amalgam. This was what the amalgam was. This was the old value that they had previously launched for the Reaver. This was Jules, Lube, and my recommendation. Okay? We all recommended it start at 0.01%. So we all started at the same spot, which I thought was kind of cool. All right? Where our heads are in the same place. Now, as it scaled up, I got real aggressive. I wanted it to go to 0.25%. Lube said 0.2 and Jules wanted 0.14. Okay? Which, by the way, based on the old leaderboard, would have been double. 2x. Even I didn't recommend 10x. 10x would have been way too much. I did 4x at max. Okay? And it looks like Lube did about 3x at max. Lube was at 2, or Jules was at 2x. Okay? Guffa says, I want to see the time to 50% metric across your group of numbers. Love it. Let's do it. Let's do that. Now, by the way, Divine, Scopely went 0.1 at max. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And I'll tell you exactly why. It's not going to be a secret. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure I just read the comment, Divine. You can't buff a ship at launch when the ship will be overpowered with planned content to follow. Read that again. Divide, you answered your own question. You can't buff a ship at launch to be overpowered with planned content to follow. Now, what do we have? What do we have for the amalgam? We have an officer, we have a prime, and we have a skin, right? We've got all three.
And a flight commander.
And a fleet commander. So now you got 4. You got 4 things. Divine says one would assume.
Forbidden tech.
Forbidden tech. Now you're up to 5. Divine says, so one would assume there's research and officers to come. I think I have a button for this. Let's see if I have a button.
Ding.
I think I've got a button for this. Where is it? Right here. Ah, here it is. I got a button. Okay. Where could it come? 2 for 1 says artifacts. Sure. Fleet commander. Sure. Officer. Sure. Chaos. Forbidden tech. Whatever. Primes. Research. Just like any other ship. So they came back to me and they said, DJ, I appreciate what you're trying to do. Appreciate what you're trying to do, but we just can't go that hard because based on your own numbers, if this were the final set of numbers for this ship, and that is kind of what I did, to be perfectly honest. Okay. That was how I did this. Let's go back to my sheet. Where I lost my sheet. Where'd I put it? Right here.
Senior moment.
That was what I did. If you look at my numbers, okay, my numbers, at max, you're getting 180 Sigma steel on a single scoop, and that's off a small base. All right? If you go 90% Guffa at tier 15 on my numbers, hour and a half to get 90% of the base. So, are my numbers reasonable in the long term? Sure, I think that is reasonable, and we had these discussions. I think that we will work closer towards that number, but they needed to preserve design space. How many times? Now, admittedly, chat, how many times have you heard me say they do need to reserve design space? Because when they run out of design space is when they make terrible decisions. That's when they make rash, knee-jerk, money grab decisions, is when there's no design space. Okay? So Divine says, I'm somewhat reasonable on this, but yes, they're preserving the future design space, and that is acceptable. Andy also points out accurately, more than one person raids a base at a time. So you're right, this becomes really dangerous if there's 2 maxed Reavers raiding the base. Okay? And by the way, here's why it doesn't change the number of hits a whole lot. Okay? But let's drop the seconds per scoop in half, because that's what would happen if you had 2 ships. It's not going to change the number of scoops, Divine, or Mimi, but it does reduce the amount of time if you got 2 ships alternating smacks. Now you're down to 45 minutes if you got 2 ships alternating smacks. And by the way, we are presuming even still, that's only 1 scoop per 7 seconds. 1 scoop per 7 seconds is probably still somewhat reasonable. Now, where you can't, if you had 5 ships going on this thing, I wouldn't lower it any lower than 7, because you still have trouble with bases getting in or ships getting in, and then on occasion you'll have 2 ships attacking at once and yada. But yes, by design, Wham, you're right, you can only hit 1 at a time. So I wouldn't go any lower than 7 seconds. Okay? I wouldn't go any... Andy says, 45 minutes to lose weeks of progress. Great experience. Well... therein lies the other side of the coin, Andy. We can use this ship to increase our protection. Okay? So while everybody is going to say shield or share, let's be respectful, guys. And I agree. I'm kind of in that. But as we pointed out from chat the very first night, there are players who don't like this style of play. Admittedly, okay? That's fine. There could be a tech problem. There could be a family emergency. There could be a weather problem. Right now, there are ceasefire shields up because of an earthquake in Asia. Okay? Anything can happen. There's tornado warnings right now. Where? In Texas, I think. Okay? So literally, anything can happen at any given time. Disasters occur. I'm totally fine with that. So, on the other side of that coin, Andy, you do have the ship also converting more and more and more of your resources into non-raidable resources. Okay? So, right, I mean, if you're going to provide a raiding ship, the point of it is to take from other players. It's just the point. Okay? I understand why not everybody's going to be happy about that. So luckily, there's a number of ways in the game that you can protect yourself. Okay? And one of those is the refinery, in fairness. Okay? One of those ways you can protect yourself is by having the ship and protecting your resources. Because you can convert your resources into non-raidable resources with this ship as well. So, Guffa says this thing is going to be vaulting people and they'll be leaving. Mark my words. The thing is, Guffa, to be vaulted today doesn't really hurt as much as it used to. Andy says, let us convert without the ship. You can. You already can, but this will let you go faster. You can already convert without the ship. Yeah, people have been converting without the ship for ages.
Vaulted.
Right here.
And they've been getting vaulted forever. If somebody leaves the game because they got vaulted, they're playing the wrong game.
So right here, you can already do it, Andy.
Sorry.
Right here, I can already convert my resources into Sigma. Okay, but if you want to convert them into more Sigma and non-rateable Sigma, it's going to come with the ship. Okay. Andy says to non-rateable. Well, that's the benefit of the ship. Okay. And in the meantime, Andy, before you argue that a free-to-play can't protect themselves, I am going to come back and say, yes, they can. Okay. I am going to come back and say, yes, they can. Because during the 100 days that they're waiting, Andy, they do still have the option of shields. And I know, like I just used my own example, but that's not every day. That's not all the time. People can use shields. All right? I mean, they can. So
only for 100 days? Are we losing shields in 100 days?
No.
You heard it here first.
All right, there you go. So, I mean, there are pros and cons. There are pros and cons here, and the refinery is solid. The refinery is great. Jules made great impact on the refinery. But anyway, listen, I want to come back to one other thing. And Guff, I'm going to come to your numbers here in just a minute. Do you think my numbers are too aggressive? They probably are. Let me show you why you're probably right. Here is the chart. This is what I recommended. And here is Jules doing nerd stuff. And I love him for it. Here's Jules doing nerd stuff and plotted all of them on a chart. So here you go, chat. This was the amalgam in blue. You can see it right here. The old Reaver ability is this red one, which is down here. Look at this. I want you to look down here. I'm going to turn off the camera for a second. I want you to look down here. Okay, here was the Reaver ability. So up until Tier 7, it did nothing. Nothing. Okay, that's silly. That's just silly. All right, so this was the Reaver ability, and this is even where it got when it was maxed on the original proposal. Jules Verne proposed the yellow line. Okay, solid growth until about Tier 6, then stepping up as you head into Tier 7, and then kind of ramping up. Lube, same thing. Lube went straight line. And by the way, he was far more aggressive than I was all the way to Tier 13. Lube said, F y'all. Lube said, give me all your goodies. All right. And he did it linearly, straight up, which means straight out of the gate. This would have been a relatively destructive ship. Okay. And then lastly, you've got me here, which did want some early growth. And I believe in premium access. I believe in preserving value for spenders. All right, you guys can call me a whale or ivory tower or whatever you want to say. I believe in preserving that value. So mine was a little bit more exponential, meaning that it started a little bit more level. Right as it goes into G7, it starts getting a little bit more aggressive. And then those deep, expensive tiers, yeah, that was gonna pay out. Okay, it was going to pay out. Polar Bear says it's the Ferengi way. Well, I mean, okay. I don't think it's crazy. So, yeah, looked at Lube. Lube was, I was the most aggressive at max, but Lube was the most aggressive all the way to Tier 13. All right? And why would that be? Because we need tangible progression from rating. That's what's wrong with rating now. Now, you're right, Divine. Scopely answers with this blue line. Okay? Basically, the amalgam ability spread out over 15 tiers. Okay? As a matter of fact, if you look at the amalgam, it's right here. Okay? So look here, 0.1%. It's right here at Tier 9, which is its max, and they matched it. Tier 9, max at 0.1%. Personally, I don't like that. Okay? I don't personally like that. I think it should have been better. Okay, it's later content. It should be bigger. However, they are also preserving future design space. And I think that is okay. So, yes, Divine, their solution was, okay, everybody, hold your horses a little bit. Hold your horses a little bit. We're going to protect some future design here, but we do want it to be a little bit more. So we're going to beat our original design, and we're still going to be less than all four of you. Okay? Which, by the way, is probably fair if we can't see what their future tools are going to be. Alpaca, great question. He said, is that the original amalgam or with all the buffs? This is the original amalgam. Okay? So, let's compare apples to apples, right? This was the original ship, but what does the amalgam have? The amalgam has a prime. It has research. It has an officer. It has a skin. And you guys said it had a fleet commander too. Okay?
Yep.
So, there you go.
And a forbidden tech.
And a forbidden tech. Oh, Maple Butter says no prime. I thought there was a prime. Okay, so no prime. Even better. Even better. That means all this other stuff was engagement. Okay? So, this is why I was satisfied with this as a re-release. Not happy, okay? Satisfied in a business conversation, a partnership, and a compromise for the players. Because this is what you had. And by the way, part of this for me, you guys can say I'm all whaley all the time. I was very upset about this for G6. Very upset about this for G6. Okay, that to me was just utter preposterousness. So to me, the biggest win came for G6 players. Okay, G7 players still got a little bit of a win. Okay, but G6 players got a valuable ship when they did not want it to be. Okay, so this is why I say that couldn't ship. That's right, Guffa. That could not ship. All right, that is not a passable product. You could not sell this product and basically say, hey, until you get this thing to tier 7, it ain't going to do jack. That's terrible. Okay? To me, that's terrible. So, am I satisfied with this re-release? There's 2 reasons why I am. 3. I'm going to give you 3 reasons why I am. 1, G6 actually get tangible value out of this thing right now. Tier 7. Tier 7. But I mean G6, really, Gimmon, because G6 can't take the ship beyond tier 8. You know? Tier 7 is still small when it gets to tier... Oh, yeah, sorry. So I did say that wrong. And by the way, G7 are the only ones that can go to tier 8. G6 were locked to tier 7 and down, which is crazy. Okay? So that's crazy. So, 3 reasons. 1, we saved G6... or I say we saved. We provided G6 value in this ship. 2, it's better for everybody than what it was. And 3, they are preserving some future design space so we know it's going to get better. So when we look at, guys, when we look at what Guffa wants to see, which I love this idea, by the way, and I want to do it. Okay? When we look at this that Guffa wants to see, know that this is where we are today, and there is, in fact, future tools coming to improve this ship. So, Guffa, this was your idea. This was your idea. Let's do a couple of comparisons, and then we're going to move into the refinery. Then we're going to move to the refinery. And by the way, this was not, Juby, this was not necessarily a teaching thing for me tonight. This is my insight into my suggestion for the redesign and why I suggested they pull it. Then we're going to look at the refinery. And if you guys want, we'll look at time to upgrade. I also want to look at repair costs. I'm going to show you everything that we touched. Everything that we touched. And
you're going to put a cow on screen? You're going to put the cow on screen?
Put the what?
The cow.
No, shut up.
They're going to show everything you touch.
Everything I touched. All right. So, Guffa, you want to see what? What do you want to see? 90% or 75%? Let's go 90%. Time to 50. Okay. 50%. There you go. 50%. What tier of the ship? Let's start with tier 1. Okay. Tier 1, 50%. My number would have been roughly 4,000 hits, or roughly, going back to 15 seconds to scoop, 16 hours to get 50%. I can't do it on a line graph, Guffa. I can't do it on a line graph. You wanted to compare the numbers. I'm not that smart. We would need Jules to do it. Okay? Divine said, good answer. Divine says you want a raid to be profitable on trite. Simple answer, raid a base with more trite than steel. Yeah. Choose your targets. Absolutely, I agree with that. That was another thing we talked about with Jason V-neck and Iron Chef the other night, is this is not a blind raiding ship either. Choose your targets. By the way, the Amalgam was the same way. I know. Whoa. You got to choose your targets. The Amalgam was the same way. You got to choose your targets. You don't just go out and raid anything. You look for the fatties. Okay? You look for the juicy ones. And you go after those. Now, this is tier 1, Nelson. You say 16 hours is too long. It is tier 1. Most ships are not the most valuable tier 1. So tier 1 needed a buff, but it shouldn't be paying great. Okay? Shouldn't be paying great. Let's go to tier 5. Can we go to tier 5? What do you want to go to? Tier 5, tier 3? What do you want to go to? By the way, Prime Rex, this is my fundamental problem with this ship. God, I know I'm going to forget about this coming back to it. Prime says, good luck finding a trite heavy base. People are trite poor. Me personally, I agree with you, Prime, which is why I hate this thing to begin with. But I've been told that I'm too mean about that, Prime. Prime Rex. I don't mean about the Prime Rex. I'm talking to Rex. I've been told I'm too mean because me personally, I see this ship as removing raidable resources from the economy. Which means we can spend on this ship all we want here today, but in 6 months or 12 months, I think there's not going to be a hell of a lot of Sigma resources out there because it's turning it all into tokens. You see what I'm saying? So me personally, and see, look, Alpha Zypher says, yep, and thank God for it. So that's why I don't like this design at all. But there are players that do. And I'm not going to impose my view on anybody else. But look, Alpha Zypher and I can openly say, yes, I like this. No, I don't like this. And we can disagree. Alpha Zypher says, shelter all my stuff. I don't want it to be sheltered because if that happens, I can't steal it. Okay. Now, Gidmon says it's turning regular resources to token Sigma, not Sigma into token Sigma. You're right. You're absolutely right, Gidmon. But what do you spend first? What do you spend first? You're going to spend all your raw stuff first. Okay. They are, in fact, draining the pond. And I'll point out, anybody participating in any kind of Sigma, any kind of spend event. I mean, listen, you've heard this a million times. People spend themselves. Look, that's regular deal. People spend themselves into generators all the time in G7. They're spending themselves into the generators at least once a month. At least once a month. I probably do it twice a month.
Chad has a point there. Like, because it's regular resources being turned into Sigma tokens, you aren't actually removing any Sigma,
yes.
Like raw Sigma from the economy.
Here's why you are. You're right. Mathematically, economy-wise, you are not removing any Sigma. Correct. What you're removing, you are technically adding Ramscoop because you're using regular resources and adding Sigma. Okay? So they are technically improving the Sigma economy, which I like. Okay? But what they're doing, Matters, is converting it into tokens so that when you go to spend, you're spending your raw stuff first, which means there is less raw to raid because you're not going to cash your tokens. until they're needed. You see what I'm saying?
But that's no different. Like the existence of the ship and its refinery isn't changing that. I am still going to spend the 100,000 Sigma Tritanium that I would have had anyway. I just will now also have more tokens.
But
it's not removing from the...
It's removing the ability to steal it because you have so much in tokens and you're always going to spend your raw first. And again, pointing out that most people spend into the generators once or twice a month. That's right. 2-for-1 Revenge says it doesn't really matter. We're vaulting ourselves at least once a month.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? We are vaulting ourselves matter. So if I do a spend event and I go in to spend tokens and I'm vaulting myself and I go to spend tokens, I now have 0% rateable resources for you. Now, I'm going to earn some resources in events. I'm going to earn some in events. I'm going to do all this stuff. But Guffa, my point is, you're never going to catch me with a quadrillion resources or 500 million resources because I spend them down too often. And that's what's going to happen. The only people you're going to have with those number of resources are massive spenders because most people are going to vault themselves very regularly. Mimi says, you're an exception to the rule, Mimi. You and Putz. Okay? You guys are exceptions to the rule. Mimi says, I spent 100,000 G7 materials today and I still have a lot of resources to raid. You're not the rule. You're the exception, not the rule. Okay? Now, listen, I do hope I'm wrong, Guffa. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that there are hundreds of millions of Sigma resources in the economy 6 months from now. I don't think I expect that. Do you?
What if they drop like an SLB every now and again where like you score in it just by cashing in tokens without spending the resources?
Oh, God. Okay, you know what? I'm in. I'm in on that.
I know you are. That would solve your problem.
I'm in on that. Okay. That would be great. That would flood the economy with rateable resources. Yeah. I like that idea. I wonder how many people would fall for that. I wonder how many people would fall for that. I guess the rewards would have to be really good. I guess the rewards would have to be really good. Hey, that's where you're going to put ship parts for the Reaver and a token spend event. Oh my God.
Yeah.
An SLB token spend event for Reaver parts. Oh my God.
How much is chat hating on me now? I'm not looking at Twitch.
I mean, I agree with you, so chat's probably going to hate on that too. But I mean, there's some risk reward stuff. And by the way, is it really a risk? If you throw a shield, no risk. If you throw a shield, no risk. You know what I'm saying? And that would cycle some things, keep it a little bit fresh. Okay, I kind of like that idea. I ain't gonna lie. I don't like that idea. I mean, I don't dislike that plan. That sounds great. All right. Guffa says the conversion of regular to Sigma is a double-edged sword. Spending that regular resource reduces the time drain to drain your base of regular resources and get to your Sigma that way. Yes, true. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely, 100%. As you reduce your wall, getting more Sigma, you are making it more possible for you to get through your traditional wall faster, for other people to get to your tier 2 resources faster with regular ships. It's very interesting. I mean, again, the math is kind of interesting. All right. Honestly, I kind of like it a little bit. And you're right, Governor. That's why time is the metric, because you can't do it any other way. You know, you can't really do it any other way. So, anywho, this was kind of the math on how we did this. Guffa, did you want to see tier 2? Okay, here was my math at tier 2. My proposal at tier 2 would have taken to get 90% of resources 2,780 scoops, or just shy of 12 hours. That was my number. Let me pull up. That was my number at 0.145. Look, me and Jules were the same at tier 2. 0.0145. 10x. Lube went for 0.025. I'm telling you, man. He was getting crazy out here. 0.025 for Lube. Lube said, what did I do? 0.025 at tier 2. Oh, I changed that. Hang on. To get some percent. What did I do? I just broke something.
Why are you not breaking things?
What did I break?
You break Jules's chart.
I did. I broke something.
Are you changing formulas?
I did. I changed.
I think I bought this.
I broke something, chat.
Jules, fix it. Fix it.
Son of a. Wait, what am I doing here? I'm number 1. There we go. Okay, we're back. I was using the wrong side of the chart. Okay. So, under my proposal, tier 2.
Lizard.
Alpha Zypher, it's a small issue, but the issue is the 10-to-1 ratio. The 10-to-1 ratio is going to be fixed. Not a big deal. That's a really easy minor fix. And given the fact that we rewrote this entire ship in like 48 hours, I'm going to be somewhat forgiving of the ratio. I'm going to be a little bit forgiving of the ratio. I did joke with Connor. See, Connor was a good sport. Let me just say this about Connor. He was a good sport this weekend because, I mean, I have openly and publicly called for this man's job. Okay? So, A, that could be a little awkward. But B, he knows that the community kind of hates him. Okay? And we didn't really hold back when we were talking about stuff. And he was a really good sport. I'll be honest. As a person, I actually like him a lot more now that I've gotten to hang out with him for a weekend. As a human being, I actually like him a lot. And I told him this. I said, you're less of an asshole than I thought you were. You still make terrible decisions. Okay? But I liked hanging out with you this weekend. And honestly, he was a very good sport because he knew we've been gunning for him. He knew we were coming after him. And he still was very available this weekend. Took a lot of time to answer questions, had some great conversations, explained to me some of his thought processes, and then I explained to him back why most of those were wrong. Okay? And Vic says, is that a compliment? You're less of an asshole than I thought. I mean, I did say it. Again, I was very blunt. I didn't hold much back. I said that I enjoyed the time with him and that I thought he was still kind of an asshole, but less of an asshole than I thought. And I say that because I really did enjoy spending time with him. And I think, I could be wrong, but I think that feeling was mutual. And I'll tell you why. All right. First of all, he hung out with us a lot. He didn't have to. He definitely could have hidden away. Okay. He definitely could have gone to his own room, stayed there. He did not have to subject himself to me all weekend. All right. Second, he came to dinner with me. He came to dinner with me once. And he wasn't obligated to. Like, we invited people. That was the night we went to In-N-Out. And he was like, yeah, I'll absolutely go. We shared an Uber and we went. He volunteered to go. He definitely didn't have to. And he's like, yeah, I would actually love to. And we went, we got In-N-Out Burger, and we actually talked very little about the game. And he went to In-N-Out with us, and we ate the burgers. And then we had a couple of players. Yo, what's up? Free swag and Rodix, and probably a half a dozen players met us at In-N-Out. And he met with them. And it was nice, and it was very relaxed, and it was a good time, and we had good burgers and good fries and good milkshakes. So I thought that was nice of him. I appreciated that. I respect the hell out of that, to be honest with you. Okay. We still fundamentally disagree on a lot of game stuff. All right. I can see a lot of the decisions that have been made in the game in our conversations. There's no doubt about that. But I do also have a little bit of a different insight into why he made some of them, and hopefully was able to explain what I see to be a little bit of a disconnect between him and how players choose to play this game. All right. Further, the one thing that stuck in my craw about this whole thing is, and Guffa's going to know this, guys. We are so the minority. We are so the minority. It's actually laughable how minority we are. And what I mean by that is we're literally like the top 2 to 3% of the game. Most of you are even still more efficient than most VIPs and whales. You guys are the smartest 2 to 3% of players in the game. Period. Hands down. People don't play this game like we play it. All right? People don't play this game like we play it. And there's a lot of data to support that, Vic. Okay? There's a lot of data to support that. And so when they are making decisions, they're sometimes not making it for us. They're sometimes making it for what the broader player base is going to respond to differently. And that doesn't defend things. That doesn't defend some of their bad decisions. All right. But it does provide a little bit of insight into why some of the things are off a little bit sometimes. You know? So anyway, long story short is I really appreciated the time with Connor and Cam. Connor was a great sport and tolerated me a great deal and probably did not have to. And I can respect that about a man. We had some very candid conversations. We had conversations that could have been uncomfortable if both parties were not willing to be honest and willing to be and willing to have a real conversation. He called me an asshole too. And that to me felt like, okay, we're ready to have a real talk. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Does anybody else kind of feel that way? Like if you can be kind of blunt force with somebody and not get your feelings hurt and be able to say, this is why you're wrong. No, this is why you're wrong. Or no, this is why we did this. Well, what about this? Well, this is why we did that. I mean, there was true back and forth conversation and nobody worried about getting their feelings hurt. You know what I'm saying? And to me, he earned a lot of respect from me. I think his decision making is still very wrong on a lot of things, but he understood the approach, Divine, absolutely, and we were able to have really good conversations. And honestly, I like the dude as a person. I really, really do. Probably would hang out with him if I had an opportunity to. But we were able to have real conversations about why I think he's wrong and why he thinks I'm wrong. And then he throws data and I throw sentiment, and he throws sentiment and I throw data, and we had these conversations. So that's why I say this weekend This weekend was so much more productive than I think anybody could have predicted. They brought their heads of state, director of marketing. Hang on, let me make sure Noah isn't burning down the kitchen. Dude, I'm live. Okay, sorry about that. So, I don't remember what I was saying. Oh, that's why this weekend ended up being, in my mind, much more valuable than just Comic-Con. Like, yes, Comic-Con brought us all together, but let me tell you, this to me felt more like a Fleet Command Summit. That's what it felt like to me. You were saying you were an ass. Yes. To me, it felt like a Fleet Command Summit. It felt constructive. There were good ideas tossed around. And a human element was explored. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, I feel like my approach in conversations with Connor will be different now. I feel like we've established a line of communication. So I think that a lot of good things happened in San Diego this weekend. A lot of good things happened in San Diego. And I wish it was me being able to meet anybody famous. But it ended up being work. It ended up being a Fleet Command Summit for me. And I don't regret it. I don't regret it. Anyway, did you want to see anything else more on this, Guff? I feel like we've talked about it enough. I feel like we've talked about this enough. I'd like to talk about the refinery. Unless you... Okay, you're good here. Okay, so let's talk about the refinery. Refinery. Let me close this out. So, the refinery had also a really, really nice change made to it. Where is it? Here we go. Here we go. Sigma Raider Refinery. This was very, very good. Very, very good change, in my opinion. Tritanium tokens. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Here is... You'd like to know where the calculator is, Nelson? So right now, the calculator is in the ops progression spreadsheet. I will put it in the chat and pin it. All right, that's the public version. And I will pin it for you. However, be aware that down here under the Reaver chart, oh crap, under the Reaver chart, this piece is not functional yet. And the reason for that is, I believe, is there's an investigation, that there is an investigation going into the scoop sizes. Okay, because it was supposed to be 10-1, and that was incorrect when it first started. All right, so they're working on that, and they've already made the announcement that they're going to fix it. Okay, as a matter of fact, this announcement came just a short bit ago before we came on the air, and it said that we have confirmed, we received reports from the community and have confirmed through an internal review that there is an issue with the Reaver's passive ability, Sigma Feast. While the ship's total rating amount is working as intended, the ratios of 76.9% to 15.4% to 7.7% are incorrect, and the team is working on a fix. Okay? We understand it's frustrating. We're working to correct it. We'll share an update as soon as we have more information. By the way, I'm good with that communication. I'm actually good with that. Okay? And the reason I'm good with it is because this entire thing, and I did joke, oh, this is what started the Connor conversation. I did have to dig a little bit at him. Again, that's why I was setting up why I felt like I could dig at him a little bit, why I felt like I could be a little bit more aggressive with him. And I did, in fact, joke. 50% serious. that what they spent 3 months building or 6 months building, Jules, Lube, and myself rewrote in 48 hours. And by the way, it actually wasn't even 48 hours. It was 24 hours. And actually, it wasn't even 24 hours. It was 20 hours. Okay? It was 20 hours. So I did kind of twist that knife a little bit. You guys spent 6 months on this. We did it in a day. You know? So I kind of had to twist that knife a little bit. However, that being said, this is why I'm a little bit forgiving of the ratio thing, because they had to go in and basically rewrite the entire ship. And they had to rewrite the entire ship to do what we asked them to make it do. And that's right. I didn't have to code it. We just did the math. They had to go in and literally redesign all the math. And you're right, Alex. Tuning should be an easy thing to tweak. I agree that it will be. And that's why I'm not upset about this. It happens. There was a lot of cooks in the kitchen on this. So me personally, I'm going to come back to this. And I'm going to say this to me right here is why I will give a little bit of grace on the formula. Because this is what we got. This is what we worked on and what we did. And within a day, this was all redone and pushed and recoded and this and that. And the math, there's an error in the 10-to-1 ratio. Cool. You know what? I'm forgiving of that. I'm going to be forgiving of that because I'm good with this. So that being said, I'm not very fussy about the tech glitch. Is it a mistake? Sure. Should it have happened? Probably not. But I will at least take the wins where we can get them. Right? Guffa says, I'm less forgiving of the old bugs that are back. Abso-freaking-lutely, dude. Absolutely. All right? I'm super not happy about that. KJ says, I have a question about the cam decisions is what you mean. Everyone was told this is the month. This month is the start of his decisions in the game, and the following months are the guiding light of his vision. So if his bad decisions are already in the game previously, how long has his hand been there and what shitstorms are coming? So I love that you asked this question. All right. Because that was literally one of the exact questions I asked him during the interview. And he gave an answer. And again, my commitment, KJ, is to not take his answers out of context. I want you to hear them from his mouth. However, this right here today, this month, M93 was the first month where his designed view starts to become apparent. Okay? And by the way, the Reaver had been in the pipe. The Reaver was not his thing. This is actually, the Reaver is one of the final things that were there before he got here. Galactic Anomalies was also something that was envisioned before he got here, but he changed a lot about what those look like. I got to be honest with you, I'm liking Galactic Anomalies. A couple of tweaks need to be made, yes, but I love the puzzle. I do love the puzzle. And by the way, those puzzles aren't going away. They're going to double down next month. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, hint, hint. There's going to be more.
I did like them when they launched, and then they changed and they had them just show up everywhere and just, turn the game into easy mode again, like they do.
They didn't add them everywhere. They added 10 more systems. That's not necessarily everywhere. But from some players' perspective, I mean, I did notice, dude, there wasn't any between like 66 and 71. There were none, So, I mean, that's a little bit of a problem.
And you just check back later.
Yeah. But I think that there was actually, in the design, there were not nearly as many. Okay, to be honest with you. Sugar Red says, so the first month was his fingerprints and there's no new loop, no new grind. I'm actually pretty okay with that. And that's what I'm saying. Candid Onion said, is it a puzzle? Absolutely. I agree. It's a puzzle. I think it is. And the reason is you've got a couple of things here that are always constants for us, like Hull Breach. Well, can't use Hull Breach on that day. All right. You're going to not want to do Hull Breach that day. So we're going to have to filter. We're going to have to check it out a little bit. All right. We're going to have to do something a little bit different. All right. As a matter of fact, Griffin and I were not playtesting, when it was there while we were in San Diego. We were actually sitting with Connor, as a matter of fact, and we played the one for Shield Ignore. That was actually kind of cool. We actually sat there and played it with Shield Ignore and discovered that it was probably best to blunt force trauma those hostiles. All right, right? Like kill it hard, kill it fast, because you have a 90% chance that it doesn't ignore your shield. So go big or go home, right? So there's that. And Venadia says, I go in the system and use my junker, no puzzle. You're not doing that on G7 hostiles. You know, and that's probably where the hostiles become too big. Junker, to be perfectly honest with you, yeah, that's an easy way out. I mean, and if it works, if you can kill your hostiles, then that's the way to go. You're missing an experience, though. You're missing an experience with the crewing part of this. The crewing. Wait, Candid Onion said just means you use an Explorer battleship that day. Bro, I use Hull Breach on everything. I use Hull Breach on everything. Okay?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't not use Hull Breach just because you're flying an Enterprise. That's crazy. All right? So, yeah, you use Hull Breach on everything. But you can't on that day. You can't on that day.
Why not?
Because it doubles their damage, dude. Doubles their damage. Huh?
I should kill them all.
I can't hear you. You stop mumbling. What?
I still used it.
You still used Hull Breach and took double damage? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's great.
What do you think? Like that's the easy trade-off, because even though it doubles their damage, they still get their crits still get nerfed to 0 damage. You still get, because I'm flying an interceptor, I'm still getting hull repair from it.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, it's the 50% net boost to my damage output.
Okay, great.
So it's still a net benefit.
Great.
Using Hull Breach.
I'm glad that you passed the first test. When Tier 2 comes out, it'll be 300%.
And I'm not using Hull Breach.
All right. Okay.
I'm not using Hull Breach.
When Tier 4 comes out,
sure.
It's 500%.
Yeah.
All right. So
it's crazy.
Yeah. Listen, you got a taste, but these are going to escalate. They're going to get harder. By the way, somebody help me with this, because I actually couldn't find it. I had to go to my dev notes. Where's the schedule? Did they actually not release the full schedule to you? It's in the blog post?
Yeah.
All right, because I was trying to find it and I couldn't find it. Is it here? M93 patch notes? Here we go. All right, adaptive hulls. No, the schedule's not here, is it? Yeah, here it is. Okay. All right. So, the first 2 days you had adaptive hulls. Adaptive hulls T1. Adaptive hulls T1 was literally just double damage matters. 100% boost to damage, which is 2x. Remember, guys, hostiles don't have a base value. They don't have research. They don't have officer abilities. Okay? So when they have a plus 100% damage, that's double damage. They don't have base values. Yeah. Okay? When it's 250%, that's going to be 350, 3.5 times as difficult. Now, Nowhere Man says, why are we making content harder for 0 reward? It's not 0 reward. Not at all. Because on the day you have double damage, you're also getting 500% FKR gain. Nowhere Man says, all we get is useless rep. I take it you're not grinding rep. Hey, Sambo, what's up, darling? How are you? Thank you for the raid. 2 for 1 says, don't care about rep. Okay, well, you don't care about rep. That's great. That's
those systems.
Probably not the case for everybody, but hey, good news. Good news. Good news. If you don't need rep, then you can avoid Galactic Anomalies for now. Okay? If you don't need the rep, you can avoid it. All right. But there are players. Griffin's super pumped. Now, Guffa said there's an SMS. Yeah, but I mean, you can punch down a little bit if you want to. All right. Yes, there is an SMS because they're encouraging you to play in their new design. All right. But
the same person that said, I don't want to grind rep, that just said, but there's an SMS.
I don't know who said there was an SMS. Guffa said there's an SMS.
If you like what you get, then it's worth the harder hostiles. If you don't like what you get, grind somewhere else. It's very easy.
Polar Bear
regardless
says,
of whether it's the rep
now here's the
or
thing.
the SMS.
Polar Bear says the anomalies show up where I do my dailies. I mean, not every hour. Not every hour. Okay? They rotate. They move around. Now, Kaviji says I might reevaluate on the 1,000 one. Well, good news, Kaviji. That's going to be tier 2. 1,500% boost. So let's look for adaptive hulls tier 2. Adaptive hulls tier 2. That's going to show up July 30th through August 1st. 48 hours. 1,500% rep gain. Okay? But 350% damage to the hostile. Mm-hmm. Now, Mimi, you're exactly right. Griffin, of course, is pumped. He's trying to grind 50 trillion rep to get a ship. Yeah. And most players will, at one point or another, find themselves in a position to need rep. Okay? I mean, at some point or another in this game, you're going to grind rep. May not be today, may not be tomorrow. You're going to grind rep at some point. And if you don't like grinding, then you can get them. They need to put, look, Killer Cujo says they need to put them in the Veil. Now you're wanting more of them. Okay? So, hey, what are we going to do? All right. Lexel says it's a whale problem. Well, fortunately, it's G6 plus, Lexel. That's the only place these things exist. If you're in G5 land, you don't even have to worry about GAs. Okay? The Galactic Anomalies only shows 61 plus, and they added a few systems. And as you can tell by the schedule, they don't do the same thing every day. They don't last very long. Hey, Sherlock Holmes, thank you. And they rotate. So.
They did change it, though, today.
I know. I'm going to the announcement. Stand by.
Oh, okay. You got in there. Okay.
So they did change it just a little bit. Was it today or yesterday?
Maybe. I don't know. It was recently.
I'm looking for the...
Might have been yesterday.
Here we go. We've increased the number of systems affected by adaptive hull and disrupted energy shields from 20 to 30. Okay? In addition, the timer was reduced. Okay? Mm-hmm. Timer was reduced from 60 minutes to 45. It was also spaced out. Federation systems will show at the top of the hour for 45 minutes. Romulan systems show up at 20 past the hour for 45 minutes. And Klingon systems will show up at 20 till for 45 minutes. So you've got a very clear timing and rotating. Now, some people are going to say, well, I want to play what I want to play. I get that. But they're also not in every system. It may exist in the system where you grind, but there's more systems where you are not that may not have them. All right. Also, the 30-minute systems, the 30-minute abilities were shortened from 30 minutes to 20 minutes. So they're bringing a few of that down. Like for some people who said, well, there's too much in my system where I'm trying to do my normal stuff. So they shortened the time a little bit. All right, shorten the time a little bit. So you've got that. And you've also got the schedule. I mean, me personally, I feel like this is something relatively easy that we can either engage in or ignore. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they show up in a lot of places, but we can ignore them. Yeah, we can get rid of them. Hey, Putz.
Do you have me, DJ?
Yeah, I got you. What's up?
So, from a G6 perspective, I really think that these can be, unless you want to do the event, you can kind of ignore them. Yes, they do give you lots of rep, but you can get way more rep somewhere else in the game. for a lot easier. The other thing is even if they go to 3.5 or 4 times as hard, more than likely you're going to still have a ship that's going to be able to kill them in G6 space, and probably kill lots of them. The most of the reason why people don't grind a lot is because their faction ship doesn't have enough hazard, so they're going to die from the hazard, or their GS or their Vindicator or something that has enough hazard resistance just goes up there, takes care of it, and then comes home. Wherever they're doing it at. I don't think that this is going to be monumentally changing for G6, bottom line. G7, I think it's great.
Yeah.
I think you've got a path to a whole bunch more rep, but I really don't see this changing G6 one way or the other.
I'll tell you where I do see it changing G6, Putz, is an opportunity. All right.
There's an opportunity, sure.
The opportunity is to extremely fast track your acquisition of rep. If you wanted to triple rep grind, so much easier now. Much easier now.
You really want to. Here's the thing: if you want a triple rep grind, you need to be doing the Kremen solos with your relativity, and even at a mid G6 level, you can get at least 1 billion rep for each faction for running one of those. Maybe it takes 2, right?
Okay.
So you're not getting 1 billion rep in, it'll take you hundreds of hostiles to get 1 billion rep, right? You could go kill 1 or 2 of those Kremens and get 1 billion rep for all 3.
Yeah, more is more, right?
Yeah, more is more. More is more, but if you want to look at efficiency-wise in G6, it is not nearly the most efficient way to get rep. G7, it probably creeps up to be the most efficient way to get rep.
It probably will eventually, yeah. But again, G6 is the entry piece of this. It was not designed to fundamentally change your game. It was designed to be a light mode kind of feature that provides players a puzzle to solve.
Then it did its job. It did its job.
And honestly, I think that's a very fair observation. And players who say that they want to avoid it, very doable, and very easy to avoid. And let's look at what it would cost you today. 1,800 Academy building parts. 1,800. That's really not a great deal. Not a big deal for a lot of players. Okay? So if that's important to you, maybe go after it. If not, and you don't like the hazards, ignore them. Lexel says Mirror Universe less stressful than chasing GAs. It's so funny because I remember us saying the exact same crap about Mirror Universe. I do remember that. Clark says a puzzle should include no schedule to be a real puzzle. Well, I think the schedule there, Clark, was actually because players would react in this particular case. I don't want it there. I want to ignore it. Well, they were trying to provide a subtle piece of content that would allow you to still kind of ignore it and use it as a tool if you want it. Now Alex says 1,800 parts is 2 building levels, maybe at the early levels. Griffin was actually really frustrated about this event when we were in San Diego because he needs like 12,000 for his next level. So it was nothing. And his rewards were the same.
And so, just for reference, this one event will get me 3 levels.
Well, then it might for that reason, it might be worth looking at.
Absolutely. I'm doing it, but outside of doing it for an event, I don't see the, if it just happens to be there when I'm there, I'll deal with it, right?
Listen, I want you to start reshaping how you look at features in this game. All right. Yes, there's going to be big features. There will be. But there's also going to be this shift in, it's not going to be just pumping feature after feature out. They're going to mix it up a little bit and go for some experiences. All right. Mimi says right now is outside of an event. You know what? You might not, Mimi. That's okay. You might not. But other people will, especially when they start looking at rep at 3,500% or 10,000% rep gain. I mean, guys, this gets up there. And by the way, look at this one. Disrupted energy shields. Look at this one. 35% chance to bypass shields in exchange for 10,000 rep. Which, by the way, means there's a 65% chance nothing happens. See what I'm saying? There's a 65% chance for you to kill this hostile just like you normally would, except 10,000 point gain. Now, by the way,
what is... God bless it! Why? We were having a serious conversation. Now, let's pretend for a second. Mimi says it's not how the math works. You're right. It's not 10,000% net. It goes in to your formula. But how much rep gain do you have now? A couple of 100%? Ish. Okay? And for the record, with this right here, 35% chance to bypass shields each round matters. What is my focus now? What is my focus if there is a specific each round kind of counter here? What am I going to change my crew to do?
You're going to switch away from our standard use of increasing our shield mitigation and increasing shield regeneration, because that's not going to help 35% of the time. And you're going to flip over to using apex barrier and damage output.
Damage output specifically. Yes, I want to kill him fast. I want to kill him hard. I want to go one round. I want to play the odds. Okay? So that's what I want to get. Now, 2-for-1 says 35% RNG is actually almost 100. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But Lexel says 1 round, level 73 hostiles. I mean, I'm not saying 1 round, but you're definitely going to want to kill them faster than you were before. Now, Griffin was doing them, Lexel, this weekend. Griffin was doing 75s with his G7 Uncommon, and he got it down to 4 rounds. He's doing 75s with his G7 Uncommon and got it down to 4 rounds. The odds were in his favor. And I will say that when they didn't bypass shields, it still wasn't super detrimental, but you could definitely see it. Nelly says, why not go max loot and rep? Great question, Nelly. Great question. Why not, Andalicia? Nelly, let me ask you this question. Why would I not want to use a damage exo on the Revenant against the Polygon? Why would I not want to use a damage exo on a Talios against a Borg probe? Mimi said it's not 35% shield bypass, 65% nothing. It's a 35%. No, it's not. That is actually incorrect, Mimi. It's a 35% chance to bypass 100% of shields in that round. That's what it's a 35% chance to bypass 100% of shields. So, Carol Marcus, worthless. Shield regen, I mean, you want it there for the 65% chance that nothing happens. But if it fires, Carol Marcus is worthless. Seska, worthless. Okay. So, anyway, that's right, Killer Cujo. Diminished returns. All right. There's already a huge percentage increase. So if I've got 10,000% rep and I add 5 of 11, I'm going to get 10,100% total rep gain. Is it a big deal? No. Okay. So going full loot, if it's 10,000, now more is more, sure. But is it going to be the most effective? Okay. Is it going to be the most effective?
I mean, here's the bottom line, DJ. If you go from a 80-20 split down to a 100 split, you're basically for that 1 round, you're taking 4 times the amount of damage.
Okay.
And it's not that Carol Marcus, it's not that Woke Carol is useless. Every time she gets you get hit, she's going to do her thing. And so the next time in the next round, your first shot that they shoot at you will go mostly, if not all, to your shield, and you probably
because she only lasts for that round.
Well, yeah, and if you go through a round that they're bypassing your shield, well, guess what? You still have shield for the next round, and you may have regen some shield. You may have through morale or through Seska. So they're not necessarily useless. They're just
well, they're not useless, but they're being nullified a third of the rounds. That makes them 1/3 as effective as they were before.
No, it makes them 2/3 of as effective. Not one. They're 1/3.
Sorry, they're 1/3 less effective. Right. My bad.
So they're not totally useless, but it just makes like for example with Griffin, on average he's gonna have 1.5 rounds of his 4 rounds are gonna be hurting. So essentially. That's kind of like for him going instead of having a 4-round fight, it may be like the equivalent of having a 7-round fight.
Okay. And again, there are some future-proof designs here. Guys, do I think that everybody is going to be able to go in and deal with 600% increase in hostile damage? No. Not at your own level. Listen, if you think right now you're grinding 72s, and you think you're going to come in and grind 72s when Adaptive Hulls Tier 4 is in play, you're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. We are going to punch down when that happens. Okay? You're going to have to. 700% total damage? Yeah, you're punched down. Okay? And you're hoping that the punch down, Mimi says, want to bet, with a degree, to the point where you're grinding, Mimi? 700% damage to the point where you're grinding the same number of hostiles. Listen, if you are actually able to grind the same number of hostiles on a singular hull at the same level, I would be very, very impressed. Now, by the way,
that means enemies are broken.
Well, it could be. However, there is possibly a way that Mimi could potentially do it. If Mimi is avoiding hull breach, because guess what? You could go in, take and get rid of hull breach completely and just enjoy the benefit. On this day, for Adaptive Hulls Day, think about this. For anybody who says they don't like it, all you got to do is take B'Elanna off and you get the reward. That's it. Take B'Elanna off and get the reward. Now there's no punching down, Game Junior. And by the way, on disrupted energy shields, Griffin kind of proved that punching down was not, he didn't need to punch down either. All right, he played the odds. Once in a while, did he get smacked by a really good one? He sure did. Now, we did play on Tier 1 day. So 9 out of 10 didn't even touch him. Didn't have any impact. Had no impact. But I mean, as that grows, it's probably going to be a big deal. Okay? Technological advancement. This is in the Borg sphere system. Okay? 20% increase in damage, up to 40% increase, but we're getting extra shred. This is going to be a great day to do Conqueror Borg solo armadas, in my opinion. On technological advancement day, this is going to be a really great day to do Conqueror Borg solo armadas, in my opinion.
Well, then the anomaly has to be in that system. Is the Anomalies going to be in the Conqueror Borg system?
Technological advancement will only appear in Conqueror Borg space.
Okay.
Yeah. Technological advancement will only be appearing. And by the way, I will tell you, I do not know what systems exactly they're going to show in, but simply the fact matters that it says hostiles and armadas. Where the hell are these things? The fact that it says hostiles and armadas leads me to believe that they built it for the hostiles and the armadas. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would have to assume, because they did specifically say it was Borg sphere space. So I'm going to assume it's both of these strips of space, because they also worded it for hostiles and armadas. but it's only going to appear in this set of space. But we haven't seen one yet.
What do we get for that?
We haven't seen one yet. Technological advancement shows up August 6th. So on August 6th, we're going to know what this looks like over here in this Borg space. Conqueror Borg space is not the same as sphere space. I understand that, Divine, but they said it was going to happen in this region of space. And they did say, I mean, are there armadas in Borg sphere space? I don't think there are.
No.
So if you know, if the thing says armadas, then I have to assume that regionally that's what they were talking about. All right. But again, don't know. We're going to find out. Jules says they said assimilated systems, which to him would seem like it's only the Borg sphere hostiles. Yeah. On the other hand, it specifically says armadas. So I'm curious to see what happens. Why now? Cal DeVille says, why would we want to do Borg Conquerors when they have increased damage and shred against us? Because they're only increasing their damage by a little bit, 20, 30, or 40%, but we're getting a bunch of extra shred. And we're getting extra damage towards the hostiles. Hostile and Armada Apex shred. So we're going to get a lot more shred against those targets in exchange for a little bit of a lift in regular damage towards us. So, but again, we'll see. Okay. Oh, you're right. Hang on. So there's 3 abilities here. Borg enhance their damage. Borg have extra hostile and apex shred. In exchange, we get... Wait, what? Hostiles and armadas. Wait, what? Am I missing something here? Hold on. Am I missing something? This one has no benefit?
The hostiles and negating.
All right, I feel like this. I feel like that's probably an error. I feel like that doesn't feel right. You get nothing. I feel like that doesn't feel right. So let me confirm on that. I really doubt we get nothing. All right, but that's the way it reads. Guys, come on, just give it a second. There's obviously probably something that there's a question here. Okay. There might be.
Does this not mean that you get the bonus damage against hostiles and armadas and the bonus shred against hostiles and armadas?
No, this is against them. It says
and
the Borg
and they assimilate you.
Listen, matters. It says the Borg improved their technology, enhancing their damage. The Borg have learned about your barrier and discovered ways to shatter your defenses. The Borg are committed to assimilating your crew. Yeah, these are all debuffs. Mm-hmm. That's hilarious. Jules says we will get special event rewards. It's not an error. This was the design shown to us. Oh, I must have missed that meeting. Okay. Again, we're going to have to see then, right? On August 6th, there's going to be an event. Well, it better pay big time. You lose, you get nothing. Good.
That's actually kind of neat. And an event, but an event that says, hey, we're going to make these hostiles harder, right? Or whatever. And here's the rewards for going out and trying and killing the things when they're harder.
Yeah.
I like it.
I actually don't dislike it. Again, if the rewards are worth the squeeze, right? If the rewards are worth it. But again, this comes back to my age-old model. Risk reward, high risk, high reward. I remember the days when I said, when we go back to Faction Hunt, when you guys talk about Faction Hunt, I used to say, listen, I want Faction Hunt to be like 10 times as big as they were because I wanted to lure people out during a PvP event. You guys remember that? I used to say during a faction event, you could also run a PvP event so that you could pick off people who were hunting. They would get massive rewards, but you would also get the PvP. High risk, high reward. All right? However, 2for1 says, I'm also okay with bad rewards. Means I get to skip the event. So you don't know. I mean, we don't know. We will find out on August 6th. But I got to be honest with you, I'm not opposed to the design concept. Kind of like it. So let's see what happens. So anyway, those are the Galactic Anomalies, and kind of cool. Kind of cool stuff. I mean, I get them. And I do think that there are opportunities for you guys to ignore it. All right. Galactic Anomalies are in their nature anomalies. They're temporary. They can absolutely be ignored. And you look here, there's different ones on different days. You've got the schedule. Some days there's nothing. Look here, August 6th, you'll have nothing over in faction space. So grind until your heart's content if you want to do that. 10th and 11th, nothing in regular space. August 14th, 15th, nothing in regular space. There are going to be days where the entirety of the system is turned off. So you got a chance. You can play with it here and there. Turn it on, turn it off. Nowhere Man says, we've seen this too many times. The rewards will be minor. Yeah, I'm afraid of that. They always are. Juice won't be worth the squeeze. Well, then they'll get bad engagement. You know? Nowhere Man says ignoring it means don't play the game when you want to sometimes. No, not necessarily. You can do other things. The game's very immersive. You could do duo waves that day. You know? You could do duo waves that day. You could do raiding that day. You can do Mirror Universe that day. There's all kinds of stuff you can do. The game's very immersive. You could even skip your dailies. Do they care about event engagement or just the 7-day login metric? No, they still care, KJ, but I'll tell you right now, Cam is fired up about 7-day logins. Like, that is all he wants. To the point where, hey, we had a great conversation about dailies. A great conversation about dailies. Hey, I have a question for you. This was a cool conversation, and I think I like where it's going. I think I like what his idea was. Habermeyer says, ugh, really? Okay, picture this. Picture this, Habermeyer. Picture this. A new daily design that actually has decent rewards in it. A. Okay, like, we'll start there. Because that was one of my big things, is that dailies were... I do them because there's a couple of currencies in there, but most of them I don't really care about. All right? The 7 and 30-day tokens, that's what I really care about. So make it worth a little bit better. That'd be great. However, his question was, how long does it take you to do dailies? Now, this question happened at the same time that Connor was there. And Connor answered 5 minutes. And I said, whoa. 5 minutes on dailies?
So now, Connor's an op 5. Got it.
No.
Connor's op 5.
No. Ha. Samo says, wait, 5 minutes? Whoa. Martok says 40 minutes. 1218 says, in what world? Okay. In the world of our daily system that was designed as a 2-phase daily system. Okay? That's right, Candid Onion. Up until this conversation, they considered dailies the top row. Literally. Samo, it was like the clouds opened and the rays of sun descended upon the heads of Scopely executives when I was like, guys, dailies are like a solid 30 to 40 minutes, maybe 45 minutes. What the hell are you talking about 5 minutes? He's like, it takes you 45 minutes to get your top row? No, it takes me 45 minutes to go through the insane list of daily chores that you've asked me to do. I'm surprised taking out the trash isn't on the list. I love the soundtrack that's playing right now. Except, then I realized what he meant. Because I'm like, what are you talking about? What do you mean 5 minutes? He said, the point of having so many points. So then we talked about how many points do you need at the top. I incorrectly answered 265, Chad. I apologize. I'm an idiot. Okay, sorry. My fault. I answered 265. It's obviously 270. Okay, got it. All right. Mad Hatter Mad Hatter, thank you for writing that. Thank you for writing that. Mad Hatter says, I focus on the 270 points. Well, guess what? That's how Scopely thinks that you should be playing the dailies as well. Okay? They think that you should be picking and choosing the tasks that make the most sense to finish the 270 points. In other words, Lexel, don't mind. Don't do the faction daily where you kill 50 hostiles. Okay? They're thinking about freebooters, the clicker tasks. And by the way, a couple of hostiles, a couple of buildings, do your Excelsior, freebooters, guess what? You're at 270 points. 5 minutes. Killer Cujo says dailies for 270 points for Op 60 only takes 5 minutes. Dude, I can do my dailies in 5 minutes if I'm only going for 270 points. Okay? I could do that. However, Game Junior, you gotta do the dailies that give rep. That's exactly right. It's insane not to. You gotta do the dailies. Let's talk about the rewards we get from dailies. Helps, don't care. Fine, gone. Away teams, also probably don't care. Fine, gone. Excelsior, gotta do that. Gotta do that. Sugar Red says, wait. Are you guys actually doing all the dailies? No. I don't do them all. I do a lot of them. I do way more than 270 points. Okay? So I got Excelsior. Okay? I have to. The rewards matter. Okay? Faction Allegiance Key. Killing 5 ships. What does the Faction Allegiance Key do? Readiness particles. Kind of still need those. A little bit here and there. Okay, fine. Ship XP. Man. Okay, fine, whatever. I'm going to get that one done anyway because I have to kill hostiles. Why do I have to kill hostiles? Well, I may want my Veil Shards. Okay, I may want Veil Shards. But more importantly, what I actually want is rep. I want rep. A lower level player might do cloaking research for Tetrions. Maybe. Okay? Some people are going to do this mining one where they can get a little extra Sigma Trite. It's not much, but hey, 40,000 is not exactly small. I'll take 40,000 Sigma Trite. I know that sounds stupid, but I will. Don't really need the hazard particles anymore, but a lot of people still do. So, why do players do more than 270 points? Scopely's asking this question, and I'll tell you, the answer is simple, because you have rewards in the individual tasks. So you have to do more. If you want to get... You're right. Have to. No, you don't have to. You have to if you want to progress in these certain areas where things provide reputation. Swarm. Listen, some people still need swarm biotics. Not all of us. Some people. You're right, Divine. You don't have to. We choose to. And some days I don't. Some days I do just get the 270 points. Other days I choose to do more. Other days I actually do a building and a research to get the power. Did I actually? No, I haven't done it yet. Right here. I'll do that to get some Sigma speed ups. Cool. Get a little bit of Sigma deal. Not a big deal. Prime real estate. I do that one. Not even for the Sigma speed ups, but for the 200,000 Sigma steel. Again, it's not huge, but 200,000 is not small either. Alex says I do a building and a research every day. You should. I agree. Not to mention, they're also really good points. Okay, right there is 80 points. One research, one building, there's 80 points. Okay. Out of the 270 that we need. You're right, I haven't done any today. Also, I'm going to come down. If I'm in a time crunch, I'm going to do freebooters. And that's going to get me 50, 100, 115 more points. So now I'm at 195 off of 60 seconds. Now I need 75 more points. Well, here's 35 with V'ger. So now I need 80 more points. I've got the helps. There's 10. I got an away team. There's 5. So now 70 points. So this conversation took a turn. Well, wait a second, guys. If you're saying that all we should have to do is a selection of tasks that we want to perform. Wait, what's happening? You guys lose the stream? Okay, sorry. Don't know what's happening. So this is where this conversation took a turn. If you are saying that players should be choosing from, say, 500 or 700 points worth of tasks to simply get 270 points, sure, dailies can take 5 minutes. But if that's the case, then you need to take all of these rewards and you need to stack them in these 6 chests. And then Connor was like, oh, God, no, that's way too much payout. Which, I mean, technically is probably right. I mean, we do spend roughly 45 minutes doing the extra stuff. Right? I mean, in fairness, we do 5 minutes worth of stuff, we get our 6 chests. If we want to do the other 40 minutes worth of stuff, then we get the minuscule extra rewards. Now, I say minuscule. Really, the only 2 that I personally care about are the factions. Rep and Sigma credits.
And the V'ger.
Okay, well, V'ger is part of my 270 anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, good question. Love this question. KJ says, what did Cam say about way too much payout? That's the important question. I love that you answered that you asked that question because he wants to redo the daily system. And by the way, this won't be a short-term thing, but it started a conversation. Cam's vision of the daily system is kind of exactly what we were just driving towards. He wants 2 phases of dailies. 1, are you breathing? All right? Which I kind of like. Are you breathing? 5 minutes worth of something. Enough rewards to motivate you to log in and do it. He is all about, dude. Like, you know what I like? You know what I mean, I like a lot of things about Cam, but what I'm seeing his focus on is getting players to show up. That's exactly right, Matters. He just wants players to show up.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So step 1 for your dailies. Are you alive? Have you logged in today? Are you willing to spend 60 seconds to perform a task and get a nice reward? Look at the login calendar. Login calendar is pretty nice. That's for not doing anything. He wants to do something very similar to that with dailies. Show up. Okay? Show up. And then he supports a phase 2 of dailies, which is kind of what we have now, but with rewards that are as old as freaking time. All right? So I believe that we will begin at some point soon to re-examine this daily system to kind of create a new phase 1, phase 2 bucket system. And that phase 1, phase 2 is going to be diminished to, are you breathing? And then a term that we're very familiar with, I'll give you 2 guesses where it came from, KJ. Stretch goals. Okay? Stretch goals. Martok, that's just it. I love that you asked this question because this was, I'm not even kidding when I say this was probably 3 hours of conversation this weekend. How do you make money on players logging in for 5 minutes? Brilliant question. Can anybody answer it? Can anybody answer that question? Because that's the money question, Martok. I'm glad you answered it because there is a real answer. Seems a little discriminatory towards the undead. I know, it's kind of a thing. Are you breathing? How do you make money on a player for 5 minutes? Caledon has it. Caledon's the only... Really? Caledon's the only one with the correct answer in chat. Vul just answered it again, but he wrote a longer answer. He's also correct. Caledon says you can't spend money in the game if you're not logged in. Yep. Vul says you can't get a customer until they walk in your door. Yep. Now, I know you guys... I think you guys are being somewhat sarcastic when you're talking about the pop-ups and all this other stuff and all that stuff. I get it. I get that. But the core of it is you've got to show up. That's right, Caledon. This is MMO 101. You got to log in. Now, Alex, once you log in, we start the next phase, right? He says, I'm not guaranteed to spend money if I'm not happy. Well, agreed. And when you hear the interview, you're going to hear that he's pretty focused on trying to find ways to make players happy while not wrecking the economy. Okay? So, and Alicia says, why would you want to log in? He wants to get the game to a point, and I'm sure that we're not there today, but he wants to get the game to a point where, I don't know, God forbid, it's a game, it's fun, okay? But step one for him, and it has been the same since day one, since he walked in the door. I want players logging in all 7 days. Because if you don't log in, you stand zero chance at playing, being happy, or converting. Okay? He wants you in. He wants you to feel rewarded for being in. And by the way, if you're in for 5 minutes, in that 5 minutes, they've got a first impression to make. And if they satisfy you during those 5 minutes, then guess what happens? You're more likely to stick around. Then you're like Alex, and you're happy, and you're feeling good, and your endorphins are high. And then your serotonin levels take a little bit of a hit, and you're thinking, man, I could spend $100 and finish this thing that I'm working on. Marsport says start by removing the pop-ups. You know, we had a weird conversation about that. I'm not 100% sure they actually even realized how much they were popping up. They were like, they're only showing up like once every 28 minutes or something. I'm like, bro, no. I'm like, maybe once every 2.8 minutes. Maybe you guys missed a decimal point again. They said that they were on a slower clock, but I'm like, yeah, I think we need to look at that. That clock don't feel right. You know, Count DeVille says 28 minutes is way too much. God, it's better than it is now. All right. It's better. I feel like I'm getting them like every 5 minutes, man. Skippy says, in what world is every 28 minutes okay? I don't know. Ask your radio and TV stations. Okay. I mean, it's a singular pop-up. Any website you go to has pop-ups more than once every half hour. All right. But even then, listen, I'm not in disagreement. I would love for them to be once a day or once, I would love. But again, let's in fairness, we never used to have them. We have them now because they're desperate for sales. Okay? Like, the game is not performing like it used to. Okay? The game's not performing like it used to. So, here's my opinion. How about we fix the core? Right? Let's make the game fun. Let's make it rewarding. Let's get players back in. And I bet you start making more money. And then I bet you don't need to do the pop-ups. That's right, 2 for 1. Easy. Fix the game. Players will spend. You know? I mean, I'm with you on that. So, there's a lot to do. For sure. But we're getting there. Like I said, I can't wait for you guys to hear the interview. Let me ask you a question. Are you guys going to watch this whole thing? It's probably going to be over 90 minutes. You guys going to watch the entire thing? I hope you do. But I think it's going to be a long one. We recorded for 2.5 hours. He recorded with over 2.5 hours with us. I went in with 12 core topics. 12 core topics. And then there were conversation and follow-ups on all of those. Alpha Zypher said, is there a Cliff Notes version? No, I'm not going to do that on this one. I mean, I can go over some of the questions that I asked you guys, but I'm not going to try to AI summarize his answers. I want you guys to hear it from his mouth. You know? Here were some of the core questions. The first one was an opening thing. Opening conversation. You know, who are you? What power do you have? What have you learned? What are you changing? Why should players believe you? It's just kind of a start. Hey, I want you to introduce yourself to the players. All right. For example, here was the anchor question. Players have looked at your professional history and said he joined Scopely in January. What has he actually been doing since then? Walk us through how you arrived at Scopely, what your onboarding process looked like, and when you began actively working with the Fleet Command team. You got to be shitting me, right? Guffa. I see it. I'm dropping frames like crazy. It's always at the same time of the day. What did I say? Hello? 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 McFly? Is it stormy outside? Yes, we've got terrible weather right now. So I'll apologize. I just dropped 569 frames. Just like that. Voltron says, why should we believe him after Connor and company promised things? Exactly, man. Why should you? I asked him, why should players believe you? Yeah, God, see, this is why I don't even want to go over these questions, because I want to give you his answers. You want to know what he said? By the way, hey, what's up, running count? Good seeing you Saturday. Got a photo with you and Dave. Dude, what's up? Thank you so much. I remember you. Thank you so much for coming up and saying hi. It was great to see you. Who is your daddy and what does he do? All right, right here. I'm going to give you, Voltron, God, I don't want to give the answers, but I'm going to give you an answer that will shock you. I will give you an answer that will shock you, Voltron. Why should we believe you, Cameron, after Connor and company promised things? Do you know what his answer was? They shouldn't. What? Sorry, could you say that again, Cam? I might have missed it. Why should players trust you? DJ, they shouldn't. All right, just making sure I heard that right. Two for one says standard PR answer. I don't know, bro. I don't feel like that. It was a very candid, honest, and vulnerable answer. Cruzito says, why are you surprised by that? Because it was honest. He didn't make yeah, that's exactly right, Q-Joe. It wasn't a fluff, look at my job title, I'm a different person, I'm going to do this. It was simply a vulnerable, honest, transparent, listen, we haven't earned it. We haven't. So why should players believe me right now? I got no reason to expect them to do so. All I'm going to do is work my tail off. You know what I'm saying? Cruzito says, don't know who you've been around, but that is what real leaders say. That's kind of my point, Cruzito. That's kind of my point. Like, that's the right answer. It's the right answer. Kalamastasi said it's the only answer they haven't given us yet. Well, it's about time they gave us an honest one. You know? So anyway, I thought that was a really cool piece of the conversation. He talked about his timeline when he started working on Fleet Command, and the reason, by the way, I asked this question, Cruzito, was to try to give players a little bit of a timeline. I even said some of the most controversial player-facing decisions of the year happened after you joined Scopely. Were you involved in these decisions, or were they like I can't remember the word I used, or were they circumstantial to your timing? Because we know that he didn't actually start working on Fleet Command until like May, late April, early May. So anyway, that was a question. Okay, here was my next core target question. You are responsible for more than one title within Scopely's portfolio. How would you describe your involvement with those properties as compared with the amount of time that you've spent on Fleet Command? Again, this question, I'm going to back up for 10 seconds. More than 10 seconds. Anybody who has ever had any journalistic experience will recognize these types of questions. My job as an interviewer is not to sit there and ask the questions that they want me to ask. It's also not necessarily to ask the questions that the community wants me to ask. In other words, interviewing people is kind of an art and a science. I'm not bragging. I'm just saying it's way more. Guys, I had 19 pages of prep. That's how you do this job. I had 19 pages of prep. When you interview somebody like this, you ask questions that allow both parties to communicate kind of at the same time. That's right. It's kind of a dance, Matters. It's kind of a dance. Killer Cujo says, I'm waiting to learn the most important question you've ever asked anybody, mayo or mustard. You know why I didn't ask that question, Cujo? Because I wanted to take it seriously. I really did. I wanted to take it seriously, so I didn't ask that question. I thought about asking it, but I didn't. Did Griffin sit in on the interview? Absolutely, he did. He asked some questions, too. This was very serious. We tried to do... This was a 2020 Newsweek, news desk kind of interview. That's kind of how I did it. Talked about the portfolio, community wanting to understand whether you're a consultant helping stabilize the game or ultimately responsible for its direction. Are you advising the new boss, or are you the new boss? That was a question. Number 3, you inherited a 7-year-old live service game with technical instability, economic frustration, content overload, communication problems, and players at dramatically different stages of progression. Where do you start? 2-for-1 Revenge says you didn't control the recording. It's a red flag to me. It was a third party, but it actually was much nicer for me, 2-for-1, because we didn't have to cart out a ton of gear and then set it up and all this stuff. And we knew part of our agreement was sitting down to this thing. Part of our agreement was that it had to be reviewed by Scopely Legal. And by the way, that is also not uncommon. If you get people, okay, when you get people, it's got to be reviewed. You agree to all kinds of stuff. You don't just get raw, uncut video. It's always going to be reviewed. So Saison says, why is an uncut, honest video taking so long to release? Because it has to be reviewed. Now, the uncut video was already sent to legal, and their initial response was no revisions, which is great. Have I reviewed the interview? Not in its final form yet, because I'm waiting now on the production company to finish their glowy stuff. All right. So legal has to review it. They've come back. There's going to be 2 phases to the review. The first one, it's already passed, and they said no revisions. So now it's going to go up to somebody hired to look for any details. And then when it comes back, we're going to look at the revisions that need to be made, if there are any. And then we sick the producers on it, and the producers are going to work on lighting and audio. Like, oh my God, this was so annoying. There was a trash truck. That pulled up at some point. You know how loud they bang around, and then they were beeping as they were backing up. Oh, so annoying. There were a few things. We were in the middle of San Diego in the city. So yeah, there were sounds that made it in from outside. So that's going to have to be cleaned up a little bit. Skippy says, will it be posted on your channel or STFC official? Likely both. I do get to do it myself. J-Babe says, hopefully they don't cut and paste so it fits Scopely View and not the real view. I don't expect that, but that's why I will have a hand on the editing process. I will be able to see all that, and they are releasing full footage to me. I will get my full raw footage. But I have agreed to go through the review process, because that's what you do when you sit down with somebody like this. So, anywho. Mimi says, wow, can really tell DJs is still sore about the garbage scow. Yeah, it's this loud-ass truck. Saison says, does Paramount have to review it? No, not that I'm aware of. I don't think the Paramount has to review it at all. This is just going through Scopely. So anyway, where do you begin? What's your first tackle, right? Thank you for recognizing that question, Cottontail. I think it was Cottontail that said that. Thank you. Who said that? Yeah, it was Cottontail. Thank you. Okay. And by the way, some of the conversational follow-ups was, what was the first problem you decided need to be addressed? Do you feel the community's in alignment with your priorities? What problems are symptoms and which ones are root causes? Things like that. Okay. Number 4, pillars time, core pillars time. Engineering and technical stability. You have described the technical condition of this game as unacceptable for a product of its age. What have you found unacceptable, and what steps are you taking to alleviate these conditions? A follow-up was, at 7 years of age with piles of code built on top of piles of code, what is the realistic answer you're developing for solving the game's underlying core issues? Did he get a list of questions ahead of time? Yes, Calamastassiny. I sent the questions ahead of time because I would rather him have answers than say, I'll get back to you. But yes, that's also a part of thing. We had to send an advanced team the stuff. Now, I will tell you, the advanced team only got my core questions. They didn't get my 19 pages of prep and my follow-ups. They got the core questions. I didn't send them my full notes. You don't show your full hand, right? I gave him the core questions, but follow-ups were discussions. Next question. Oh, by the way, in this area, when we talked about architecture, I also talked about QA. I did. I brought it up. Players often hear that a feature passed QA but produced vastly different results on live servers. Why is the testing environment capable of producing results that differ so dramatically from the live game? I asked that question. By the way, also in here was a question about release readiness, which, by the way, I got to talk about in real time because he had decided less than 24 hours before to pull the Reaver. You have said that you're willing to pull or delay a release if it's not ready. What does not ready mean? We talked about this one in great detail, which is why I know that they're going to get it out timely, because the interview was timely. It talked about the Reaver. Economy and player value. Players began feeling a significant economic slowdown around M90. Choice tokens disappeared. Resource and material income appeared to fall substantially. Officer sourcing changed with Coda and was replaced in part by systems such as Paragon and Cadre. For many players, the experience was not merely slower, it felt intentionally punitive and restrictive. When you examine the STFC economy, do you agree with players that this has become too restrictive? And obviously, you know what his answer is going to be partly on that because you've gotten some of it back by now. But again, that's why choice tokens were talked about. Officer sourcing was talked about in this segment. Yada, yada. Value disconnect. This was another question. Why do Scopely and its players so often appear to have radically different definitions of value? We talked about that one. Internal culture. You spent nearly 2 months traveling among Scopely's global offices. You're here in San Diego with the team, and you're returning to the studio offices immediately afterward. What have you learned about the people building this game? Some people are going to say that was a fluff question. It wasn't. It was very specific. Talks about culture and some of the stuff. Cruzito said softball question. Not really. Not really. Because of some of the follow-ups that came, Cruzito. When you say culture is one of your core pillars, what specifically are you trying to change? How are meetings changing? How are decisions being approached? How is accountability changing? How is player feedback circulated internally? Still going to tell me it's softball? Question was asked deliberately, Cruzito. I know what I'm doing. Let's see. What else? And there was more. There was a lot to that conversation as well. Community as a strategic pillar. You are an SVP, personally sitting down with players, attending community events, conducting interviews, and listening to detailed personal experiences. Why? Now, Cruzito is going to say softball, but it's not. Here were the follow-ups on that. What can a player tell you that your data cannot? What would you change about how your team interprets data? Is community feedback consistent with interpretation of data? How is feedback worked into the product development lifecycle? How should sentiment be quantified against metric data? It's good, right? It's good. Tell me it's good. Tell me it's good, Cruzito! Yeah, Mimi says, that's actually funny. Mimi says, if the guy says he spent his first months learning about culture, asking him what he's learned is pretty much the equivalent of, and what do you do here, actually? I mean, that question was asked. I'm just saying. A little bit. Then we start moving into timely stuff. M93 and development allocation. M93 began while we were here in San Diego and marked the beginning of your slowdown anthology period. The stated intention was less new content, though not zero new content, with more attention placed on the overall player experience. Why do you feel the slowdown was necessary? Excuse me, I just about burped in my mouth. Why do you feel the slowdown was necessary? And that question was also asked with intention. And Alicia says, again, where's the anthology? The anthology is just the slowdown. Anthology, period. We're slowing down. We're looking back on some other loops, but we're just kind of not introducing new shit. One of the follow-ups was, why is the team launching too many mechanics that are mediocre? Do you feel players have been overwhelmed by subpar content? And then I asked a very dangerous question. Would you prefer quality content over quantity of subpar content? We talked about the 75-25 staff allocation, which we've talked to you guys a little bit. We talked about new player experiences versus veteran player experiences and how that's a challenge. Then we talked about seasons. We started talking about M95. Started talking about seasons. We spent a little bit of time on seasons, about what it's going to be. Then, next question. Number 10. Stradalorian, did you send it to me in a DM? I think you did, right? Yeah, which one are we using? 1, 2, or 3. You pick. You tell me which one you want, and I'll put it in right now. Okay, question. By the way, this has all been 9 questions. This has all only been 9. Question number 10. Failure, leadership, and internal decision-making. Here was the core question. Let's talk about failure. When a member of your team brings you an idea you do not like, how will you respond? Do you reject it? Do you ask them to test it? Do you challenge assumptions? Do you encourage disagreement? Will you allow somebody to fail? Where should failure happen? Internally or on the live server? Can a failed internal prototype still be valuable to the team? These were all some sub-questions that kind of got talked about during this piece. Okay. Count DeVille says, should be an easy question. They're well-versed in failure. We talked about it. Do you ever allow the community to experience a product you suspect is weak because you believe the team needs to learn from it? Public accountability after a failure. When the game experiences significant failure, what should happen next? Do you believe in full transparency and explanation of technical details? When do you think senior leadership should speak directly to the players? How do you determine compensation? And then our final question, looking beyond M95, basically 6+ months down the road. And I'm not even gonna tell you guys what that question was because I want you to listen to the end of the interview. So anyway, that was what we covered in 2.5 hours. And I will say, like, we sat down for 2.5 hours. I do think that the content is going to be 90+ minutes when it gets done. But like I said, there's going to be editing stuff. There's going to be editing stuff that's got to come out, like the trash truck. One time we had to pause for like 5 minutes because the memory cards got full. So we had to swap out the memory cards. So that took like 5 minutes because there were multiple cameras. They did. It was cool. It was a cool setup. They had a whole film crew there and there was multiple like cameras all over the place. So we had to change that out. Then one time I had to stop to pee. And then on my way back, I got a donut. So, I mean, it was, I think we'll get 90+ minutes out of the interview. If we get to keep all of our questions in there. But yeah, there was definitely 90+ minutes of actual conversation. No M&Ms? No, there were no M&Ms on this one. Will there be a transcript version? Yeah, I mean, once I get the video, I'll run it through a transcription service. That's no problem at all. Yeah, once I get the stuff, I'll run it through. No IMAX camera? No IMAX on this one. Did I embarrass myself and mention to that crew about my Starlink backpack? They already knew about it. My reputation preceded me. Are you permitted to release his answers that might not make the video? I'm hoping I don't get to be put in that position, Game Junior, but technically, no. That's why I agreed to the review. However, I'm a leaky guy. All right, so I'm a leaky guy. So, Cruzito said, did I hear it would be 6 more months before we see real change? No, you didn't hear that. I asked him so the first season starts in M95 and it's a 90-day season. Okay. So I asked him, what does it look like after the first season runs? Like, what are you looking at that point? Like, what's next? So that was the point of that question. So, anywho, I'm a leaky guy. I'm sure that I would find a way to share some of this stuff. Killer Cujo says, you'll just be on camera going, I remember asking him about this, and the answer was this. Don't know why I didn't make the interview. Yeah, I'm going to be like, I remember we were having this conversation. KJ, no, I did not get my mail yet. I did get a notification from the post office that I got something. So I'll pick it up soon. Thank you very much. Did the return of Officer Depot tokens get discussed? Not on camera. Well, yes, very briefly. We talked about it in the officer sourcing section, but it wasn't predominantly focused on Officer Depot tokens. It was focused on holistic officer sourcing. Listen, I know we love Officer Depot tokens. Okay? They're really not that good for the economy. They're really not. Were transporter patterns discussed? Not in this interview, but we did have a super awesome conversation about transporter patterns. I think this was on Saturday with me and Connor. Connor and I had a conversation about transporter patterns. And I like where that conversation went. I don't think it's going to be a super quick turnaround, but we did have some cool ideas about how those could be flipped around for value. Polar Bear says they are great for the economy, just like choice rewards. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, listen, do I want them back? Sure. Because they give us a lot for very little. Okay, I do. Obviously I want them back. But I can see that they weren't ever making any money on officers. I mean, we all know that. You guys know what your sourcing was like. They weren't making money on officers. And that used to be their number one moneymaker in this game. That's one thing that, I promise you, that's one thing that they think is broken. Guffa says, I won't pay for an officer. Let me tell you, the first 3 years of this game, that's the only thing they made money on. They didn't release crap ships. It was all about officers. You know? Guffa says they're not even close to worth the value. That's the next problem. They used to be, but they ain't anymore. 2for1 says it'll never go back to that model. Yeah, it can't, but it can't keep going this way either. There's going to have to be middle ground. There's going to have to be middle ground. But the Officer Depot tokens, listen, of course we all love them. We all want them, but there was a lot of payout for very little return for them. So KJ says not making money. They also took out rare officers and their respective packs. That's a problem they created. Yes, KJ, not untrue, but that was also kind of based on feedback. We said, why are there officers that are pay only? Right? So, I mean, that was a little bit of a problem too. And they experimented and obviously it didn't work. Silvertep says add paid cosmetics. We talked a lot about that. Talked a lot about paid cosmetics. They did give me some numbers from the industry on revenue generated by paid cosmetics. I don't know. I would want to substantiate those numbers myself. So I don't necessarily want to go and repeat them and not know if they're accurate or not, but they claim that cosmetic monetization in a game like ours would be very little. Not nothing, but little. Marsport says even I've paid money for avatars. Listen, I think that there's some things that they would pay for. Like I told them I would pay for a station skin and I would pay for officer skins. Where I think they're getting into, I don't know. We don't agree on it. We don't agree on it. I think they should lean heavily into their art. And they're suggesting that it's not as profitable as we think it is. So, but I don't know. Like I said, I want to do a little bit more research because they brought up some interesting points. That's fine. That's fair. I want to do a little more research on that before I talk about it. Yeah, algorithm. So yeah, I think you're right. That was one of the things they talk about. It's more about the art effort and the staffing effort at creating the art and the commission on the art than it is about the actual monetization. And I mean, admittedly, I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about that industry. What does it cost for, digital art to be created in a good way? I don't know. So, I don't know. Doug says cosmetics are free money. You have an art department. You do them. Yeah, but I mean, likenesses, they have to pay licensing on that. They did specifically talk to me about that because I was talking about officer skins, like extra avatars and stuff like that. They're like, yeah, we got to pay for that, which I thought was kind of crazy. But I mean, I guess that's real. Everybody's got to get their buck, right? Everybody's got to get their money. So I don't fully understand that world. Like even the ship art, DS9 station skin, like all that stuff's got to be paid for. So I don't know. Titles, we did talk about titles. And again, I pitched the $20 free-to-play title. They still don't see the funny in that. I told them, I said, just try it. Just freaking try it. Sell a free-to-play title for $20. People will buy it just because. They seem to think that I am not in alignment with the general population. They think I'm not correct about that. I mean, me personally, I would buy it. I would, but maybe other people wouldn't. I don't know. So I don't know. You know, we'll see how that goes. Anywho. Oh yes, Reaver Refinery. See, we got so distracted. I wanted to talk about the Reaver Refinery. Basically, this is an amazing thing that Jules did. Jules fixed the Reaver Refinery. I know we're bouncing around a lot tonight. Sorry. Dailies, yeah, I'll get around to it. I'm gonna take the 5-minute path. I'm gonna take the 5-minute path. Cruzito says, so you have a Trek fan base, which by nature stick to lore where there is no currency, unlike other games where paying is just a normal thing. What's your point? Where is my manager tonight? Which one? I'm the lowest man on the totem pole. Algorma says, yeah, every actor's likeness would need approval, all the art, and they would be paid. Yeah, all that stuff. Tarpy's still visiting family. She actually hasn't left the West Coast yet. She's still over there. She's got family in that area. So, anywho, value to us will never match theirs. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that was one of the main questions. Marsport says Scopely should hire Jules. No, he's far too valuable to us. He's far too valuable to us. That being said, Jules fixed the Sigma Refinery for the Reaver. Long story short, what originally was happening is that your one chest was 4.2 trillion, double chest was 16.8 trillion, and your triple chest and your septuple chest. Sectuple. Can somebody give me the 6X chest? Whatever. 6S was 42 trillion. Now, the problem that you had here was that it actually became increasingly more difficult to feed the refinery because every time you tiered it up, these numbers increased. The 4.2 trillion, 16.8 trillion, and the 42 trillion. They went up. Okay? They went up. Meaning that, yes, the payouts also went up, but if the cost also went up, then we have another outlaw scenario here. And you're going to get to a point where eventually you can't feed the refinery, which means you'd actually be paid less because you can't feed the refinery. I will tell you that there was a very, very early tier of this ship where the 6 chest option cost over 100 trillion. 100 trillion. Let's see what I've got right now. Cool. 4 days. 4 days. I could feed it at the 100 trillion mark. Can people even get that much? Well, I'm holding 440 trillion right now. All right. So there's that. Yeah, what? You don't have 500 quadrillion sitting around? Not me. All right. So, yes, this was a huge change to the refinery of this ship. Originally, the ship, and we said this on air, the ship was worth buying. The ship was worth unlocking. But it was not worth tiering. It was not worth upgrading it. Now they have fixed that 100% full stop. The ship is fundamentally going to pay out more as you tear it up. Now, whether or not you pay, that's still another question. I still think the math is not right on paying to upgrade it, but I'll upgrade it natively. We'll let it run like that. You know? I think if I was going to spend $100 on this ship, I would just buy a $100 station pack. The break-even points were kind of crazy. They still are. The break-even point on this right now for if you're doing the 6 chest pull at tier 1, I would have to do that for 6 months before I finally exceed the amount of steel I can get out of 1 station pack. So I still feel like there's a little bit of imbalance in the payouts here. But there is the fact that they're non-rateable, right? They are coming in tokens. So that probably, I guess, has something. Alex says, do I know if the blueprints will cost legendary tournament credits? I do know the answer to that question. Do you actually want the answer? No, Benny Hill. No. You say only unlock the ship? Yeah, unlock the ship. Oh, you're talking about paying to upgrade it? Paying to upgrade it, I'm still on the fence about, to be honest with you. Game Junior says you got to figure in on the trite, not just the steel. I know. Me personally, I'm not super feeling the upgrade packs yet, but there are scenarios in which it can work. The titanium is pretty significant. All right. So, yeah, Count DeVille says like $600 to tier 8. If you just bought $600 worth of packs, it would take you over a year. It's like a year and a half just to break even on the refinery. So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I don't feel good on it yet. But I will absolutely unlock the ship. It's worth having. Right now, I still feel like I'm going to natively upgrade it. Because of the refinery. It's not quite right yet, in my opinion. But I think that it'll be improved. There's research and stuff coming for it. The look on my face answered the question, says Caledon. Cruzita said, of course it's going to cost legendary credits. You think? You think? You know what? Let me share something with you. I want to share something with you. Because I'm going to answer this question for you. I will answer this question for you. But first, I want to show you a couple things. One, where'd it go? Here we go. Shout out to Heretic Vinny. Shout out to Heretic Vinny. I'm going to put this on screen. I want everybody to save it. I want everybody to use this. Okay? And I'll even throw it in the graphics room. I'll throw it in the graphics room over on Discord. Shout out Heretic Vinny. Thank you for an amazing infographic. This is so good. And I believe, shout out. Why can't I tag Vinny? There he is. This graphic is so telling. Okay? This graphic, I believe, comes from a player who has bought into the UltimatDJz school of thought on the new version of Alliance tournaments. Because it's not all about the 10,000 and 15,000 and 20,000 point tasks. It's just not. They have built this, which is what we wanted from the very first one. We wanted to build it out of players having a grindable, real opportunity to compete against 20,000 point tasks. Cruzito says it makes sense as they've upped the legendary loot and reduced the legacy currency. You know why it makes sense to me, Cruzito? Because they've introduced choice. They've introduced choice in your currency. They've introduced choice in your tasks. And Marsport, you're right. Players are selfish. It's all me, and not necessarily about your team. Okay? But this image right here tells you and why minimum you should be asking your teammates to do all 5,000 point tasks. As long as they do them, 5,000 point tasks are enough for most alliances to be promoted. Okay? Now, the reason that this is important is because this set of tasks right here, if you do all fives, then you're going to earn a predominant amount of legacy loot. If you jump up and you start looking at the 10,000 and 15,000 and 20,000 point tasks, then you have an opportunity to start looking at legendary loot. Okay? Which is why I'm pleased to tell you that the Reaver blueprints will cost legacy loot. Okay? But you're choosing legacy, legendary. Legacy, legendary. Okay? You have a choice as to what kind of currency you're going to chase. The Reaver's going to come with legacy loot. The Dauntless parts, on the other hand, will be legendary. So, what path do you choose? What path do you choose? Okay, how are you going to work on it? Silvertap says Master League only? No, it won't be all of them, but it won't just be Master. I think it's going to drop down to, what is it, Master and Expert? I believe. Master and Expert. I believe. Okay. Be expensive? I don't know. I haven't seen the cost. Probably. They're probably going to be more than some of the old stuff. All right. I don't know. But it will cost legacy. Floyd says this past Alliance tournaments, it wasn't possible for you to do 5,000 tasks, 5,000 point tasks every day. Really? Wait. What's your ops, Floyd? That matters because they did just fix targeting and they added a bunch of G5 and G6 tasks. 5 minutes on dailies? No, I got 15 minutes. Depends on RNG? Not really. And Delisha says, not if you don't have rerolls. You get 8 free a day. Be careful. Choose carefully. You know? And maybe don't waste rerolls looking for one specific task. Maybe you need to look for a task that you can do and do it. Right? And then look for another task that you can do and you better do it. Maybe don't use all your rerolls looking for one specific task. A little bit of strategy, a little bit of picking and choosing, perhaps. Okay? Is it the same? No, I get it. It's not the same. It's not even the same payout. It's not the same. But it's a new store. New tasks. It's a new event. You know, somebody said this. I actually wonder. I don't remember who actually said. I think it. I saw it somewhere in chat. I don't really remember. Somebody said, just like with Coda, how they kind of killed Coda and then brought it back, but it looked a little bit different. It paid different, but it had a different name and all that stuff. Somebody actually suggested they should have done that with Alliance tournaments. Just canceled it and brought it back looking different with different rewards, and players would have been more forgiving on it. I don't know if that's entirely true, but I don't know that I disagree. Players are holding Alliance games to a standard that they are no longer going to conform to. It is not the same event. So you're going to have to learn how to maximize your payout and learn what choices you want to make and choose your rewards, and therefore strategize and choose your tasks that are going to allow you to accomplish your rewards. 2for1 says, yeah, it's crappy now. It's different now. To be honest with you, I think the puzzle is better. I think the puzzle's better. But the rewards are definitely different. And that's why I said to somebody the other day, if you're going to grade it only based on the rewards, the amount of currency that you can earn, then yeah, I would expect a poor grade. But it's not just about the currency. It's about a lot more than that. And personally, I am very happy with more grinders tasks, and I'm very happy that players now actually band together and outscore a group of whales. To be honest, I think that's a good thing. I think one player being able to balance out somebody buying one pack, I think that's good through grind. I think that's really good. So, Alpaca said they added more tasks to help reduce the duplicates, and they did. There are more tasks. They were put in the blog post. I don't remember them right off, but I'll give them to you in a minute. Wolfwood said as long as they fix the task repetition, which they claim they did by adding more tasks and reducing the duplicates in the pools. So that's what they say they did. We'll have to find out. Yeah, Floyd, I wouldn't go full tilt in that one. But I will say that the community feedback was good. It's good that they're paying attention to community feedback right now. Samo, I'm on 15. Why are we facing each other in incursions? I thought I was facing Iron Chef. I thought I was going up against Iron Chef. Am I going against your server? Alex says, I ground out 4,000 suppressors last tournament. Crazy that the task is based on ops rather than sphere. Yeah, that's a tough one. You know, another one, what's the other one that was that way? There was two that way. Borg Sphere was one. Oh, Athena's the other. Yeah, I get it. That's kind of how that whole loop was written. I get it. What is happening? There we go. What is happening? All right. I'm trying to at least finish my challenge track. There we go. Boom. Got it. Hot diggity dog. Let's see if I can finish my top track in the next 8 minutes. I guarantee I can. All right. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. See, I don't need a pop-up right now, Scopes. I don't need a pop-up. You're slowing me down. And I don't even have a research going. I've got no research going. That's terrible. All right, let's go find a research. See, I'm telling you, I've not played well over the last couple of days. I've got to spend. And last night I went to bed early, but what I need to do is I need to spend an evening and actually play hard. I need to play and get back into the rhythm, back into the groove. Yeah, we'll do this one. There we go. Oh, it is Coda Research Day? See, I haven't looked at the events. You guys cut me a little slack. I haven't looked yet. Let's get those knocked out. I'm server 15. Are there any CCs on 38? I don't know. Let's check. STFC.pro. Because there's a content creator page. I don't remember how to use it. Let's see. Power. Hi, Winnie the Pooh.
The reward is playing the game. Not sure what all these folks are talking about.
Yeah,
it is
Cruzito.
like those bees being so selfish with their honey. Like, come on, share a little.
There you go. All right, so here you go. Anybody on server 38? Any official creators on server 38? No, it would not appear so. Why am I not on this list? Wait a second. Why am I not on this list? Is it because I'm not using my title? Yeah, those are titles. Okay, here, let's come over here. Oh, yeah, that's a deeper list. Okay. I love that Jonathan Ingram is on here. It's great. Let's see. Where am I? Wow, I'm way down there. There I am. No shields. There's me, ranked 2,278 in the galaxy. That's not bad. Just saying. That's not bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'm ranked 16. 16th ranked content creator. Thank you. It's great. Thank you. 2,278th rank. Yeah, I saw that. Free to play James Bond is ranked ahead of me on the chart by over 600 spots. Hey, kudos to him. He's a grinder, man. He's a grinder. Good for him. That's awesome. Hey, when did he go to 73? Holy smokes, good on him. He went to op 73? That's wild. That is wild. Dude, that dude's a genius. That's crazy. That dude's a genius. 73 free to play. That's nuts. Marsport, I mean, I know he's not like free to play, but what is it, like a $20 battle pass? I'm pretty sure lifetime spend on him, he says, is like less than $100. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Officially, the lifetime spend is he spent $50 on like a fiche or something and a $20 battle pass.
Yeah, so less than $100. I think that's impressive. He goes with, what does he say, 99.8% free to play pure? I'm good with that claim. I think that's wild. I think that's crazy. Oh no, I'm 5 points short. What do I need to do? Did I do an away team yet? Yeah, I did. Oh, let's pop an exo. Look, see, there we go. Pop, 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 pop. Yeah, the Saison, I call that free to play in my book. $70 lifetime spend? That's crazy to be op 73. That's stupidly impressive. Stupidly impressive. I think that's crazy. God, what a genius. It's nuts, man. Skippy says, congrats. You just did the minimum that Scopely expects of me each day. Agreed. I am, in fact, breathing. I'm breathing. That's what Connor says should only take 5 minutes. And by the way, he's not wrong. What Connor missed is that a lot of players go through and do a lot of these things because there's rewards that I'm leaving on the table. For example, even my Forbidden Tech Refinery credits, I'm leaving that on the table. No, I didn't yet. Let's do that right now. Stradalorian. Which one did you decide you want to go with? 1, 2, or 3? Killer Cujo says, wait. Does JB get a battle pass from Digit? No, he doesn't. He's not. No, he does not. He gets nothing. 1, 2, or 3? Stradalorian. And even mine took 12 minutes. That's true. Lost In, he's also totally free to play. The last one, okay. Save image. I'm not even going to show the people yet until we go into the game.
Yes. Boston is 99.98% free to play because he only spends, when he's playing, 0.02% of the time. But when he does spend, he spends in big chunks.
Is that how we're doing it? Okay. Let's see if this works or if I have to reboot my game. I might have to reboot my game. I'll do it for you real quick. Stradalorian.
Well, it just hit reset. You still probably have to reboot your game anyway.
True. Let's see if it works. Yeah, let's go. Thank you, Stradalorian. Stradalorian has redeemed the splash screen change. So here you go. Thank you very much, Stradalorian. I appreciate it. You win the week. Let's go back and double check this. What we have here is a what appears to be some type of World War II. No, this is Space Galactic. This is Space Wars. Look, yeah, we got ships. This is some kind of war. There's me in my Starfleet uniform. There's Jules over here sitting with me. For some reason, we're the only two cats. The rest of them are humans running around here. Jules is taking a snack break, and I'm smoking what appears to be a roll of paper, and but I've got my phaser. I do have my phaser, and I'm ready to go. Fantastic. Thank you, Stradalorian. And I've got Alpha Wave Ale that I'm drinking here, and Kronos Brew. All right, so yeah, there we go. Fantastic stuff. Oh, am I drinking? Yeah, I see it. That's my drink tube. It's my drink tube. I'm aiming at Jules. Why? Because he's stealing my cookies? I'm aimed at Jules because he's stealing my cookies. That must be what's happening. Jules, give me my Romulan rations back. Jeez. Are they rations for Romulans or rations made from Romulans? I don't know. We'll have to find out. Good stuff. Stradalorian, thank you so much. That's amazing. That's a good one. That's a good one right there. Thank you for redeeming the splash screen change for the week. That's awesome. All right. Back to the game. We're almost done. Actually, it's midnight. We're done. We're not now. You know what? Look at me. I'm going to go ahead and do my dailies. I'm going to go ahead and do my dailies again for the next day. See, that's how I do it. I do it in chunks. I'm going to go ahead and get the important dailies out of the way. Get this knocked out. Get the important daily going. And Alicia says, DJ, have you forgot about the $2,000 giveaway? No, but I am going to have to work on it some this week because I've been out of town. I just literally got back yesterday and I had to take a nap. And by saying nap, I slept for like 12 hours last night. But yeah, we're going to do the $2,000 giveaway hopefully this coming week, if not the week after. That's for our Partner Plus points. Enterprise, are you here? Did we go over the new refinery? So we yes, we went over the payouts for the refinery and the trite and the dill. I mean, here's the thing. Long story short, there's nothing about this refinery that is bad. There's nothing about the refinery that is bad. You're putting in a fixed amount of resources, tearing up the ship improves your improves your token payout. The cost on the conversion, if I'm not mistaken, if Jules' math holds, is about 7 times better than the refinery that we've already got. For example, if we go into the Sigma Resources refinery, we've got this one right here. I don't remember exact. Can we get Jules on to talk about the refinery? If Jules is here. But he might be enjoying his night off. We're going to pod about it on Thursday, though. We're going to pod about it on Thursday. Okay? So we will talk more about it on Thursday. But yeah, there's nothing here that I'm really crazy unhappy with. People are going to be talking about this. The Reaver timeline. Personally, it looks kind of poop, but it's not wildly different than a lot of the other ships that we've had. Look, it's a year and a half to max natively, and it's not going to be native. It's going to speed up. There's going to be events. There's going to be battle pass rewards. There's going to be event rewards. It's going to eventually show up in an alliance tournament, or it'll eventually show up in a Ferengi store or something like that. I mean, it's going to show up. It'll show up. You know, this is not wildly different than. Listen, it's a lot better than what it was. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot better than what it was. Do any of the ships from the past year speed up? Well, yeah, they do. Hell, the Dauntless is speeding up starting in 2 days. And the Junker took too long. I mean, listen, they've all taken too long. In fairness, they've all taken too long. But they do. It doesn't have to be the Ferengi store. Look, Dauntless is showing up in Alliance tournaments. You know, so, I mean, they can show up. I don't care how it shows up, as long as it shows up. And Dauntless is a little behind, agreed, but the Junker didn't take that long. The Junker showed up in the Ferengi event store. And it wasn't a full year. So, but I mean, yeah. Is it slow? Sure. It's not wildly unexpected, and it will always get better. If I can natively upgrade this ship in a year and a half, that means with engagement, I'm probably going to be under a year. And if that's free to play, that's probably hard to be super fussy about. You know? So. That is, of course, after you unlock the ship. And, you know, that might take 100 days, so. But yeah, if I'm looking at this and it's a year and a half native, free to play, based on the refinery only, and then I end up, you know, getting it to under a year with events or stores or other redeems or something like that, then I don't think that's crazy. Canada says, I think the Reaver should also do traditional resources along with Sigma. I'll tell you why I don't like that idea, to be perfectly honest with you. You already got it. You literally already have that. So choose your specialty, right? Choose your specialty. What do you want more? Do you need traditional resources so you can free? Or do you want the Sigma resources that you can steal? But you got to choose. You know what I'm saying? Got to choose. I'm okay with that choice. I'm not opposed to that ship. How many old resources are needed to max the ship? I don't think it uses old resources. It's using Sigma. But I don't know if we have that here just yet. We'd have to look at STFC.space for that. But yeah, it's using Sigma, and it's not cheap. It's not cheap. Wait, 0 says it's using 0 traditional resources. What's it using then? Materials? It's showing 6-star until tier 8 and then 7-star. Yeah, but that's materials. So it's using all Sigma, right? Sigma resources. All right, let's double check. Let's double check. Maybe it's not using any resources at all. Maybe it's just using materials. All right, here's the Reaver. Cost upgrade. There are the Ascent tokens, Reaver parts. Yeah, Sigma. It's using Sigma. Let's go to the next tier. Oh, that's to max it out. Okay, let's look at tier 1. Sigma Trite, Sigma Dill. 6-star material and Reaver parts. So it doesn't use any traditional resources. It's using Sigma Trite and Sigma Dill all the way up and 6-star gas and 7-star gas starting at tier 8 and then Reaver parts. So there you go. Yeah, it's using Sigma, guys. So it's not going to take. Now, as far as traditional, you are going to need traditional also because that's where you get your Reaver parts. So yeah, you've got to redeem the soft resources to get the Reaver parts. And that's why this thing that Jules got here was such a humongous win. By the way, never mind. This was also, the upgrade timeline was a huge adjustment that Jules got pushed through. Huge adjustment. It's a big adjustment. It was worse. It was worse. All right. Am I done with dailies yet? I don't think I am. Let me double check. Whoops. Technically, you use traditional resources to get the parts. So the question becomes, how many traditional resources needed to refine to max the ship? Oh, what a math question that is. Wow. Okay. Well, I guess that's going to depend on how quick you go. So let's see. The max per day, 216. I'm assuming. Boy. Okay, hang on. That's going to be 72. Yeah, 216. So natively, organically, without events, correct me if I'm wrong, the math is going to say we're going to take 510 days times the 6 chest pull, right? And again, this is native. This has nothing to do with event sourcing. I don't know why you guys want this number. That is an absolutely fake, false number. Okay? But let's just for funsies do the math. That's billion. There's trillion, right? No, right there. Million, billion, trillion. Oh, hell. Can't even, the number's not, how do I make, what number is that? 21, 2 with 16 zeros. How many is it? 21 quadrillion. Is that quadrillion or quintillion? Because quadrillion is capital Q, little d. Okay, good idea. I have a better idea. This is going to be a terrible idea, but we're going to do it. Maya, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. Happily vibing. What's on your late night mind?
I have a quick question for you, Maya. So listen, me and the community, we're doing a little bit of chat. So here's a math question for you. 510 times 42 trillion.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
No, that's it. 510 times 42 trillion.
Oh. Well, 510, just that? That's 510, an integer, solid as a brick. No operation, no mystery, just a number.
Can you tell me
Was there more to the equation?
No, that's it. Can you tell me what the number is?
510. 510. That's it.
No.
Was this
hang on, wait. 510 multiplied by 42 trillion.
Okay. Let me run that. That's 420 trillion. Big number energy.
Big number energy. I like it. Hey, you sound a little different.
Numbers just lifting in the gym.
Yeah, you're feeling a little different. Like your conversation back and forth with me is a little quicker.
I'm just matching your rhythm. Quick math, quick words.
Okay. I'll talk to you later then.
I'll take that as a good sign. Talk soon, DJs.
At least she said my name right this time, okay? I'm good with that. All right. She did say DJs. All right, so there we go. 21 quadrillion. 21 quadrillion steel, by the way. We're not done. 21 quadrillion steel. $2.5 quadrillion trite. And 612 trillion dilithium. Yeah. So there you go. Now let's see what we actually have. Does somebody actually write those numbers down? I want to see what I've got. 21 quadrillion steel. So I'm a little short. $1.5 quadrillion trite. So I'm a little short. And 612 million billion 612 trillion dill. So I'm a little short. Benny Hill says 21 quadrillion steel, so that's only like 4 or 5 incursions. Are you serious? Are you serious? That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, yeah, don't forget my tokens. Yeah, let's check Spock's Club. Let's see how many tokens I actually have. Did I go to Spock's Club yet? No, I don't have it pulled up. All right, we'll do that later. It's actually late. I got to go. Yeah, I didn't count my tokens. Cruzito said it'll be less as you tier up the ship because you'll get more each time you tier it up. Well, we weren't doing it based on Sigma. We were doing it based on the number of parts, Cruzito. I did it based on the number of parts. So these cumulative days already factor in the increased number of parts. We weren't doing it based on because the raw costs stay the same across all tiers. So we factored in the increased number in parts. The raw resources are static. So that never changes, whether I'm tier 1 or tier 15. We did not do the equation based on the Sigma payout. We just did it on the traditional resource input needed for the parts. It's actually cool math. I'm actually cool with that kind of math. It's cool math. All right. Did you guys have a good time? You got anything else? Any other questions I can answer for you? Any hype that you need to satisfy? Bengals. Let's take a look at our Bengals as we get ready to wrap up. We got almost 300 of you in chat. Oh my gosh, I'm such an idiot. I had stream goals planned for you guys tonight, and I never put them up. Like a dummy. Hey, Coder, Foxtrot, have a wonderful night. Thank you for joining us from server 86. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Whew. Yeah, okay, so Dan was asking this question. There you go. There's your answer on the traditional resources. Holy smokes, Dan. That's a lot. Go raid a base. We're all going to have to go raid bases. Polar Bear says, don't you have to wax your nose? Yes, I didn't do it. I do owe that. Caledon says, important question. Did you get the number of any hot cosplay chicks while at Comic-Con? No! You want to know something? You want to know something sad? The only phone number I got was Connor's. Oh, that's so good. Anywho, all right. Well, we'll have to do our mini goals another night. I had them and I didn't even put them up. I'm sorry, but you know what? We had to talk. We had a lot of stuff to get to. Sin of the Dark, thank you. Sup, DJs. Hope you had a great trip. I did. Thank you, Sin of the Dark, and thank you for 40 months on the resub. Taffman, 41 months on the resub. Sherlock Holmes, 43 months on the resub. Thank you. Will be me. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you guys being here. What's up? Thank you guys so very much. I appreciate appreciate that. Schwag says, do you want my digits, DJs? It was great to meet you and the crew. Schwag, I enjoyed eating a hamburger with you, man. Thanks for coming down. Schwag came down and we had In-N-Out Burger together. It was fantastic. Did Beck go to Comic-Con? Beck was there. This is Beck's Super Bowl. She does all the marketing stuff. This is Beck's big event of the year. She hosted an amazing party. Dude, the museum. She built a freaking museum. It was epic. It was epic. And there were literally thousands of people that walked through her museum. Thousands. She knocked it out of the park, guys. Oh, my God. Oh, I don't know if I have them. Hold on. Guys. So you remember last year? Last year she had... Oh, hold on. Last year she had the photo booth. You guys remember the photo booth last year? This year, she had a trading card station. I want to show you if these go through. I'm going to show you some trading cards. So here's the deal. On day one, it was just the trading cards. So what it was you had a photo booth. You got to choose what faction you wanted. So I took the first one, like on the first day, just to test it. Okay? Just to test it. So this was my card. And by the way, it wasn't just a card. This was a front and back card. This is the digital view. This was a front and back card that was then sealed and encased in a jewel case. All right? Absolutely the freaking coolest collectible. The freaking coolest collectible. You got to make your own trading card, and then they printed it and sealed it inside a jewel case. Okay? Like a real collector's card. I've got a jewel case. Okay? So on day one, this is what we got. I went through it. This was the back of my card here, and this was the front of my card. I was a Tal Shiar intelligence operative. Okay? And I tried to pose as such. Okay? We also had Griffin here being all goof ass. Okay? As a captain. Okay? Look, yeah, doesn't look like a captain to me. All right? And we also had War Daddy. War Daddy showed up as a Klingon captain. Okay? Shout out War Daddy. And we had Rebecca Plants. All right. She was Borg. Now, here's what happened on day 2. Day 2, they added extra filters in. And these cards got way more interesting. Now, I don't have all of these right now. I've got to download some more. They added extra filters in, and the cards got wildly cool. Here's Griffin as a Romulan captain. Okay? And it added in the four. So the pose was Griffin's. All right? But then it added in like some AI art or whatever. All right? Now, there was another player who was in line with us. She went through and got like 7 of these cards. She wanted to get one of all of them. And I'm not 1,000% sure if she's fully familiar with the apparatus motorendi. I'm not saying that word right. Of the Borg. And by the way, I do have permission to share this. But she was one of the coolest people at the party. This was her Borgified picture. She did it. Because this is what Borg do. Right here. It's fantastic. She got like 7 of these cards made, but this was my favorite. And then I took motivation and I wanted to be Borgified as well. So this was mine, and I got Borgified. Now, I decided to look like a serious Borg myself. But this was my Borg card. I wanted to get more. I wanted to get more cards, but let me tell you what ended up happening. This was so popular that like other activations at Comic-Con, the line wrapped around the block. So when I say that this was Beck's Super Bowl, she knocked it out of the park. She had a line wrapped around the block to come in and get these trading cards. It was the coolest thing. Yeah, the line came in the building, wrapped around the stanchions, went out the door, and wrapped around the block. There was, I bet you at one point, there was probably 200 or 300 people in line to get these trading cards. This was so cool. This was a very, very cool thing. No, Benny Hill's Ghost. I'm not even looking at your trading card. I know you're getting ready to do something terrible. Can we get these custom collector's cards as officers in Fleet Command? Oh, I doubt it. No, this was just a fun thing. But I thought this was very cool. This was super cool. And this was this year's entertainment feature. And by the way, that wasn't it. She also had a complete museum. There were over 100 set used artifacts there. We made a video. We actually shot a video on it. And I can't wait to share it with you guys. It was so good. Man, she did a great job. Kudos to Beck. Fantastic job. So, yeah, I had a great time at Comic-Con. It was a good time. Like I said, it ended up being, I spent so much time with the Fleet Command team. I didn't do as much. I did go out with Connor and V-Neck. That was a nice stream. That came about. That was that was another example of an opportunity where Connor was like, yeah, I'll come hang out. I wanted to go in and do the exhibit hall floor, which we didn't have a chance to do last year, right? Because the cell phone coverage was terrible. This year we used the backpack and we were able to get off a good stream, but we still had drops. Like, it was still challenging. I mean, there's tens of thousands of people using the cellular signal in that area. So it was still challenging. Plus, we were inside the building, which is like full of concrete and steel. So it was definitely challenging, but it worked much better than last year. But anyway, when I went over there, Scribbler was going to give us a tour. Well, she was running late. And so then I was like, okay. And Jason V-Neck said that he wanted to go in and do it. And I was like, okay, that'd be great. And then we had an extra pass. So I looked at Connor. I'm like, hey, you've never been to Comic-Con. How about you let V-Nex show you around Comic-Con floor? Right? How about you let V-Nex show you around San Diego? So that was the approach to the content. And I'll be daggone if V-Nex was not the most perfect host for that show. I didn't have to say nothing. I just enjoyed following them along and listening. I had my headphones on and I was listening to their conversation and what he was talking about and showing and pointing out things. He did a phenomenal job. Shout out Jason V-Nex. You're amazing. Can we get a shout out for him? We need to get a shout out for Jason V-Nex. He did such a great job. I was demoted to cameraman. I was happy to do it. I need to get a better cameraman if I'm going to do that stuff. Well, I struggled in the beginning because I was carrying all the gear. And I had the wrong cable. We had already walked like 6 blocks and I had the wrong cable. I wasn't going back. So I had to make do with what I had. But I did forget one cable. Guffa said it was, I need a better, it was rough? What was rough? Dropping the signal or me pointing the camera? Because signal, here's the next thing, Guffa. I was honestly, I'm trying to point the camera, but I'm also trying to hold the cable because I had the wrong cable. And then trying to monitor the signal and chat, it was rough. I will say this. It was better than last year. No, it wasn't you know what? It was partly the gimbal, but because I was using a stiff cable, because I left my flat flex cable accidentally at the pop-up. Yes, you saw the gimbal fail because I was using a thick, I wasn't using the right cable, so it was fighting the gimbal motor. Spock says last year was great. We couldn't do it last year. That was the problem, Spock. We couldn't even get a signal out last year. So this year was definitely an improvement. But I now know something that I can buy to make it better for next year. Could it have been Faraday cage around the building? Yeah, it was very, very difficult to deal with that. But I do have 2 ideas for how we can fix it next year. One of them was a cable. And then another one's going to cost money, so I'm going to have to decide whether or not to do it. But V-Nex did great. Connor did great. Our content was probably up 80%. We probably had 80% uptime. And compared to last year, which was 0% uptime, I call that a win. I don't think there were that many other people live streaming from inside the convention hall, so I'm going to take that as a win. It was definitely challenging, but I don't think there was very many people doing it. So, I'm going to claim a little bit of victory there. The people did great. Tech still a sore spot. I mean, it was better than it was, Tabby. We were using 4 modems. 4 modems. Could we do a local record so we could upload a complete one later? Yes, we could have. But there was also an element of interaction. V-Nex was interacting with chat. So, Silvertap says it didn't kill my stream streak this time. I'll call that a win. What
I thought was funny is that when we went upstairs to the mezzanine,
we were off to a good start with Putz earlier. It was good for a minute. What did you change?
I don't know. I probably wouldn't. I did something in game and came back into Discord. I'm sure that's what happened.
I know this guy. Stradalorian said it was fun to watch. What did you say, Putz? We're going to try one more time.
Okay. Can you hear me?
We're going to go with it. Yeah.
Okay. So it was funny that when you went upstairs to the mezzanine, that is when it started really cutting out. That you could like when you were panning left and right, you could see outside.
Yeah.
You could see the outside.
So much concrete, dude. So much steel. And you're right. On the second floor, it was worse. I think that's because the roof was so much lower. On the second floor, it only had like an 8 or 10 foot roof. But on the first floor, you had 100-foot roof. You know what I'm saying? So Like, I don't know if 100 feet is right or not. I don't know. But, I mean, you could see the height of the convention center. But the second floor was just a normal height hallway. Guffa says they should have had antennas in the building. Oh, yeah. They did, Guffa. They sure did. You want to know what they charged to access them? $80 for the day. I was able to get on the event, the convention center dedicated. They guaranteed 3 meg up and 3 meg down for $80. Yeah, I noped on that. All right, I noped on that. I could have, but I wasn't doing that on a whim. Next year, yeah, 3-3 was $80 for the day. So next year, if you guys want to do that, that's one thing that we can do, but we'll have to fundraise for it. But if that's one thing that we want to do for next year to get a better, more reliable inside stream, then we can do that. Like I said, and then for the camera gimbal, I am going to need, it's not expensive. It's like a $25 cable. It's they call it a flat flex. It's a USB flat flex. It's very thin, and I can basically run it down the body of the gimbal. Get one of my kids to be a cameraman? Hell no, Guffa. You know how expensive it was just to take my ass into the city? No way, man. No way. It's too expensive. Mimi says that's like 0.5% of what you paid for your backpack. I know, but I mean, we're still trying to pay the backpack off. I was hoping to get it paid off in a year. I don't think we're going to get there. Speaking of, where's my bingo card? I had it pulled up here somewhere. Is it here? Speaking of bingos, this is what I forgot to pull up earlier. I had mini goals set up for you guys today, and I completely forgot to publish them. We were going to do a 10x odds boost for the Go wheel. If we hit one bingo square, I was going to add you guys a bonus stream and then offer mini wheel spins, but I completely forgot about it. Didn't put it up all night. See, we were talking about how interesting the game has been. So, Tabby Moses said, a buddy of mine works the DC events, tech guy. He said most folks bail on the price, but if they come back, they buy it. And honestly, I probably will if I had prepared for it. Here was another thing. Impulsively, I might have spent the $80. However, the backpack wouldn't have been able to get on because it is a, what do they call it? It's a portal internet. So, like, you get on, like, it's like going to an airline, right? You get on the airline, you connect to the Wi-Fi, you have to go to a website, you log in, you pay, and then it unlocks the web. Well, there's an authentication portal. The backpack doesn't use an authentication portal. So, and I knew this, we knew this when we went on the cruise last year. So I bought a piece of equipment that allows me to bypass the authentication portal. I already know, Guru. I have it. There are ways around the authentication portal, around the browser. But you still have to pay, right? You still have to pay. Like, you still have to authenticate. You still got to pay, and then it unlocks the browser. So the backpack doesn't have a browser. So I would have to pay and then assign that MAC address. All right, it's a little bit complicated. Or I can just buy a device, which I did. I bought it for the cruise. I already own the device. I didn't know I would need it, so I didn't have it with me. And I didn't have that box with me that I needed to get on with the backpack. So with the portal, the way it works, I've got this little hardware box. It basically has a browser screen on it. I connect, I log in, I pay with a little touch screen, and then for some reason, that just scared the ever-living piss out of me. Oh, Vic, God, I'm turning that down. Thank you. That startled me. Jiminy Christmas. Thanks, Vic. So I didn't realize that I needed the box, but what I've got is this little box that lets me use the portal, authenticate, and then it's got a LAN pass through. So then I plug the backpack into this little box. The box uses the portal, goes on, pays, and then it passes through that data just through an Ethernet cable to the backpack. And then I get to use that internet. And it would have data bonded with 3 up, 3 down. So next year, I know. I did not know this year. I didn't know that it was portal based. I just, I thought I was going to go in somewhere and pay the money and get a username and password. That's not how they did it. So sadly, I wasn't prepared for that. And I wasn't walking back because it was 110 degrees. So I wasn't going back. Plus, we were short on time. We had other shoots to do earlier that day and other shoots to do that night. I was on a very strict timeline, and we actually still ended up being late. V-Neck and I were both late for our evening engagement. So was Connor. We were all late. But it was a good time. Oh, my God. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I wanted to be done by 11. Is there more stuff to post from San Diego Comic-Con? Oh, yeah. We have at least 3 more videos to post that we recorded. 4. 3 or 4. I don't remember how I'm going to do one of them. So, yeah, we got more stuff to post. Oh. Yeah, don't worry. It's not like it's a work night or anything. Yeah, I'm going to be exhausted tomorrow. But I did miss you guys. Thanks for welcoming me back. Regarding the mini goals, we'll work on these another night because we've got to get the Go Wheel going, man. It's July 29th, and we're not going to spin the Go Wheel. This is going to be 2 months in a row we're spinning the Go Wheel, guys. Do I need to up the ante for you guys a little bit? We're missing the intensity. I'm going to have to up the stakes. We got to spin the Go Wheel again. You just need to stream and it'll get done. I know. Well, I mean, I'm streaming. I'm here. Just come to Toronto. I would love to come to Toronto. We still have San Antonio and Vancouver to pay out, but we're getting there. We got both of them potentially scheduled. One of them definite. So, come to San Antonio. Come hang out with us. We're going to do the river walk. We're going to do some fun stuff. We've got a cosplay little thing we're going to do. I might have a special guest with me. We'll see. It'll be fun. But in the meantime, listen, we're over 63% of the way. We're only 940 subs away from doing it. Doug says, I resubbed at the beginning of stream and y'all didn't notice. I thought I read everything. Hold on, let me see. Doug, you didn't show. Oh, there it is. Yes, I did, because you said we're streaking. And I said, we're streaking. I sang it. Happy 48 months. I did. Go back and check it. Haven't seen the dates for San Antonio. That's because I probably haven't posted them, but I'm giving them to you now. September 3rd. We will be coming into the city. September 3rd, we're going to Bracken Cave that evening. Friday the 4th, we're doing Riverwalk and potentially one other activity. And then maybe something on the 5th, and then we'll be headed home Saturday night. Vancouver, Tamral. Vancouver has been postponed because of some family stuff. We have not firmly rebooked that, but we are tentatively looking at the 3rd week of October, the week of the 19th, somewhere in there. Calamus Destiny said, did you post your cow video? Yeah, that's been up, man. That's been up. I'll get you the link. Yeah, the cow video has been up for a month now. Here it is.
It looks like Dr. Iron Chef just went live, so you can definitely rate it.
All right, good. We can get out of here. All right, there's the YouTube video. Doug says, damn it, DJs. I was planning to come to Vancouver. I understand. I'm really sorry. But it's actually, so there's 6 people involved in this trip. Tarpy, Strider, myself, Griffin, and Samo and Moopsy are all involved in this trip. 2 of them have since developed personal conflicts with the date that was originally chosen. So we had to reschedule. We had to. But I mean, it'll still get done. But I mean, it wouldn't have been the same if we had to mess it up. Polar Bear says in October you may get a lot of rain. May even be better content in that case. You're gonna get dumped on. So we'll see. But yeah, we're gonna do San Antonio in September. Hey, there. See, yeah, Samo says yeah, it's gonna happen. It's definitely gonna happen. We had to move a couple things. So, yeah, that's tentatively planned right now for October. But, again, we're still waiting for all parties to confirm. It's tough, man. Schedules are tough when there's 6 people. It's tough. So, we're going to try. We'll keep you guys posted as best we can. In the meantime, we're over 63% of the way towards spinning the Go Wheel again. And there's some great stuff on it, including Toronto, including Vegas. So, I'd like to do it again. Let's knock it out. We're less than 1,000 subs away, and honestly, as far as straight cash goes, we're only $3,400 away in cash equivalency. I mean, that's it. Really, when you think about how close that is, that's really close. $3,400, we spin the wheel. That is super close. So, straight cash, homie. Cold, hard cash. Blade says October means I can't come to the Vancouver meetup. Well, we don't know yet. I mean, this is, again, when we postponed, we had to look at an alternative date. This was the first one that was suggested. We'll see what happens. I don't know if it'll be the same one. Besides, we may still end up doing Toronto. We may still end up doing Vegas. And we have San Antonio still. So there's a lot of stuff. Anything can happen, Blade. Anything can happen. We'll figure it out. We'll get to you. Where are you, Blade? Where do you live? We'll find a way. We're trying to get to everybody. You're in British Columbia? Okay, somebody help me with that. Is that Canada? That is, right?
That's Vancouver. That's where Vancouver is.
Vancouver. Okay,
but
got
British
it.
Columbia is huge. So, you know.
Canada Light. Okay, it's where Vancouver is. Okay, got it. No, we'll figure it out. Okay, I didn't know. Come on, Samo. I'm not a Canadian. Why am I supposed to know that? I barely even know my own states.
It's geography, guys. Come on.
It's geography. I don't do the geography stuff. I'll figure it out. It's like San Diego's in California. See, I didn't know that. All right, guys. We're going to get ready to bounce on out of here. We're going to go say hey to Iron Chef, where also it looks like Lost In has just popped in over there as well. You guys have a wonderful evening. Thanks, Matters. Thanks, Karkin. Thanks, Putz, for coming in and hanging out. You guys are wonderful. Thanks for welcoming us back from San Diego. You guys are beautiful. We'll look forward to seeing you Thursday for Pod Night, and we'll see what else we can come up with this week. May even do a pop-up maybe tomorrow or Friday. Who knows? I got a new Lego set, too. Could be funsies. All right, guys. Appreciate you guys all. Let's go say hey to Chef and Lost In. You guys behave yourselves. Love you a minute. Good night, everybody.